players. How are you all doing on this wonderful, wonderful Sunday morning? Well, maybe Sunday evening, depending on where you are in the world. Uh, Hopefully, my audio is okay. I see that David said it's a little quiet, and it looks like my chat box is currently not working on the stream. So, if you're following along, feel free to follow along on the YouTube channel if you want to see the comments there. So, today we are finishing day 2 of the GOAT Format Championship 23. We have just a few players left. It's like 39 or 40 of them. And we're going to do round 7 here in just a moment. It looks like some people are already tagging their opponents here. The match that we're going to start off with today is going to be Bananakin, and I'm FBN. As soon as they go live, we're going to hop into that one. And yeah, we're going to kick this off. If you guys want to look at the standings really quick, we have a ton of excellent players left in contention, starting with the undefeated Scrub Life and Dueling High, and then a whole slew of 5-1s with many names. You might see Ivan, Rosito, Patron, Ghost Rider. We have Ricksaw, Void, Zalug, Fungus among. There's so many names, it's hard to remember them all. And then rounding out our day 2 competitors, all the way from, who's the first one? Maro, all the way down to Jinzo Dude. Everyone there is vying for the prize, which is a top 8 chance to play for a championship. So we're going to see if Bananakin's in. It looks like I'm FBN is already hosting, so we'll hop in here. And as soon as this game starts, we will start commentating. Hey, Viking Goats, how are you doing? And just a really quick check, anybody, if you could, is the volume acceptable today? A couple of adjustments I made to the stream. I tried to make the, as well as it fits this template, I make the stage, the game that we're going to be watching, a little bit bigger, and additionally, I put a more accurate round timer. Since yesterday, I had one that was not editable. So, yeah. So right now we're just waiting on Bananakin to make it to this match, and we'll be underway with some match coverage. I, for one, am excited to see the people playing today. Yesterday we were, yes, I would love to watch. Oh. I am not Bananakin. So yeah, we're going to see, but yesterday, if you guys missed it, Bananakin was playing a pretty innovative deck. It was really fun to watch. I'm very happy that Bananakin day 2'd. So I'm excited to see how they pick up where they left off yesterday. And it looks like Bananakin will start us off here. Unless I misunderstood the rock, paper, scissors. Okay. There's a little bit of lag. Hopefully that's not on my end. Alright, so FBN. Good luck to both of these competitors and everybody else playing today. We're in for a treat. We have 2 rounds of Swiss followed by a cut to top 8. And Bananakin starting us off incredibly strong with Pot of Greed. And as we all know, that lets you draw 3 additional cards from your deck. And you can play as many of them as you want every single turn. So right now, Bananakin's already working with 7 cards in hand. And if I remember correctly, so yesterday was a little bit of a blur because we had a lot of decks that were playing a lot of similar cards. But I believe Bananakin was playing water monsters, and I would say one of his claims was a set of the penguins. He was playing at least Nightmare Penguin. I'm hoping that he's also playing Penguin Soldier, but this is a pretty cool deck. It's like a chain energy water control heavy slump deck, which is going to be pretty cool. Yes, Jack, that is that is actually accurate. Weevil Underwood is on standby to snag everyone's trinities if you don't make sure to like the live stream. Additionally, be sure to subscribe and comment, all that fun stuff if you guys have the chance. So as we see, Bananakin's already off to a strong start. Set monster, 4-set back row, and a chain energy. FBN is going to have to go through a lot of back row in order to... Oh, that's a pretty good start. That is a good start. If Breaker resolves, he can at least handle the chain energy and stop the bleeding, which would be very helpful for FBN. And for those of you that are going, where's JDZ? I am not JDZ. My name is Kenny. I'm a substitute for this event. JDZ was preoccupied. So for now, you guys have me, and I hope that I don't disappoint. So he's going to chain compulse on the summon before it gets the counter, or even after it gets the counter, but point is, before Breaker can use this counter, compulse will come or be activated to bounce that Breaker back, and that'll set FBN back a little bit, at least one turn. And once again, if he's playing the Penguins, especially Nightmare Penguin, where it boosts other water monsters, he might be getting in for some significant damage now. So already 1,500 life points have been, actually 2,000 life points have been used. He's playing Penguin Soldier. Oh, that's amazing. Is he going to bounce it back? No, you're not going to. Interesting. He's thinking maybe. Yeah. But as you can see, Chain Energy has already taken out a fourth, 25% of FBN's life points. JDZ disclaimer. Maybe right under my video, just I am not JDZ. Written in crayon on a piece of paper. That would be funny. This is an interesting choice. If you bounce back the Penguin Soldier, of course, you know, at the cost of 500, you get to reset it. And the problem is, you know, he has a Breaker, and the Breaker could attack the Penguin Soldier, and if it attacks the Penguin Soldier while it's set, you're not getting its effect then. And so I'm fairly sure that that's why Bananakin elected to not use Penguin Soldier. Penguin Soldier in day 2, we did it. And he's also playing Nightmare Penguin. So I'm very excited. Hopefully he summons... oh, that's... what else could it be, right? So he's going to take 500 to set another monster. That's the first turn on Swords. So Swords will have one counter on it of the 3. And as you can see, Bananakin makes sure he wants to remind to keep track of that. It's nice to keep track of the Swords counters. We're going to replay Breaker on FBN's side, the cost of another 500. And this time it goes through. He's able to pop the Chain Energy and get that one out of the way. There for a moment, I thought maybe Fake Trap or something was going to hit play. That was unexpected. So Breaker is going to swing into the face down into Dekoichi, which will draw a card for Bananakin. And just like that, looks like FBN's passing it back over. So 3 cards. Advantage is tied at 7 cards apiece. Bananakin has a few back row to match FBN's. And we're going to see another set monster from Bananakin along with a back row before likely passing it back over. Swords gets its second counter. And so yesterday, those of you that missed it, we had a pretty exciting opening round where we watched a Blue Eyes White Dragon deck play. So if you didn't get a chance to see that, and you want to see a Blue Eyes White Dragon play, it almost day 2'd. I'm pretty positive he didn't. I don't want to click off yet. I can actually check over here. Yeah, he finished 3-3, so he didn't make day 2. Jeremy Crespin was playing that, and it looked really fun. He had Paladin of White Dragon out on the stream, and he was playing for a win and in the last round. So Ceasefire comes down, and that is going to be a Nightmare Penguin, and as you can see, all face-up waters are going to now have an additional 200 attack each. Its effects are negated? No. Actually, Yeah, Penguin works. Yeah, Nightmare Penguin should work here. I had to read it. Ceasefire specifies flip effects. So, this is an interesting game. We have a Nightmare Penguin come out. I assume it's going to bounce the panda back, but we'll see what he chooses. Yeah, this specifies flip effect monsters are not activated at this time. They're in the parentheses, and this does not have a flip. It is just a monster that activates when it flips. So we'll see how this one works. I'm sure they'll verify with the judge staff very quickly. Alright, let me see if I can edit this while I'm streaming. I'm actually not entirely sure. We'll see if that brings... The chat is now on the stream. Okay. Thank you to JDZ for hooking me up with that link. So he is very helpful in that regard. And as you guys are very familiar, great person who I'm very thankful to have support me as I do my first live stream for GOAT format. So yeah, as we can see, the penguin did activate under ceasefire, bouncing back the panda. So we're going to have Tsukuyomi flipped, and this is going to be an interesting one. So he's going to flip down the penguin soldier, and so this could lead to Sukin penguin soldier is an interesting one. You can start bouncing back opponents' cards. Even something like Breaker is fine to bounce back. Yeah, Void. There's probably more than just two in the top 39 or 40 right now. Okay, so he bounced back Penguin and Suku. And right now he just has a gigantic Nightmare Penguin in defense. Before passing it back. Swords is now gone, and I'm sure Bananakin is very excited to start swinging with all of his penguins. Maybe we'll see another... Oh, an Exile Force is going to come down to handle this Nightmare Penguin as long as it resolves. I'm sure he will use... FBN will be using priority to dispatch that Nightmare Penguin. So, it's awesome to see these cards in play. Alright, so Bananakin's at 39. It's a pretty close game here in the first one. Early in the game, for those of you just joining, we had a pretty solid Chain Energy 4 back row set Penguin Soldier start after a Pot of Greed. And we are now here. We know that FBN has a Panda in their hand, and that Bananakin has a Sook and a Penguin Soldier. So we'll see how both of these duelists strategize and try to find a way to win this game. Premature Burial will be flipped face up. That's going to bring back, well, I believe it's the Nightmare Penguin, right? Maybe the Deco, just to maybe set with the Tsukuyomi. He won't be able to, Bananakin won't be able to flip it back up this turn because it was special summoned. But we'll see what Bananakin does. It's going to summon Abyss Soldier. So it looks like this is where maybe Bananakin's going to be on the aggression. Going to bounce a back row or just bounce the breaker? The breaker would be an interesting bounce. It could come back down and target the premature. That makes sense. He's going to be targeting his own premature burial, which is a pretty great play. And it looks like he's just going... Bananakin will just replay it. And this time, he's going to get the Nightmare Penguin. So we'll see what FBN has to handle this onslaught of water folk and choo-choo trains. It's a pretty awesome board state, honestly. It's not often you see Deco side by side with Nightmare Penguin. The Abyss Soldier attack's going to go through. That tells me that a Mirror Force is non-existent, unless they needed the Dark in the Grave for Chaos Person, but it doesn't look like that. And the first attack was also 200 more. Also. Okay. Yes. Okay. So should be 400 damage from Abyss Soldier over Breaker. And then 1100 direct, so 1500. And then 14. Yes, 29. He was at 55. Okay. Life points are good. That was a little tricky. It's easy to forget that Nightmare Penguin boosts the water monsters that you control. So once again, we know that Bananakin's final card in hand is Tsukuyomi. They had used it to flip the Penguin Soldier down earlier. A Heavy Storm is going to come down. That's a pretty good heavy. Solemn Judgment will meet it, putting Bananakin to 1150. So earlier we saw a pretty cool interaction with Ceasefire and Nightmare Penguin, where Nightmare Penguin's not a flip effect, and it got flipped up by Ceasefire. It activates. So that's an interesting little thing that can happen. That makes me assume, I've never thought about it, but I believe that Deslacuta, Swarm of Locusts, Swarm of Scarabs, those type of monsters will also activate with a Ceasefire, since they're not flip effects. Okay, so with the heavy being negated, all that FBN follows up with is a set. They will attempt to win it right here with the Just Desserts. And we will see what happens here. Another Solemn Judgment coming down. We're going to 575 here. Desert Sunlight will flip. That might be a burn monster or a Cyberjar. Another Solemn Judgment coming down with a water monster in hand that will be lethal from the Abyss Soldier. But he had to top deck it. Bananakin has a Tsukuyomi and an unknown card. We're looking at 288 life points, which is absolutely ludicrous. Oh, he can flip-flop the Nightmare Penguin to bounce it back. That's an unbelievable way to win. Nightmare Penguin flipped and bounced the monster back. And just like that, folks, Bananakin wins the first one. That was 3 Solemn Judgments. Yes, that was 3 Solemn Judgments. Oh, the Pac-Man monsters have to be flip summoned, not just when they're flipped. Thank you for that clarification. I couldn't remember how they were worded. I've played with them before, but it's not often. I would say that the last time was probably 2005, 2006, somewhere around there. That is amazing. What a game one. Absolute penguin beatdown. It's just sea creatures and trains. Who wouldn't like this monster lineup? Yeah, what a game one. And so, like I said, Bananakin yesterday, we had Bananakin on stream, and they played exceptionally well. It was very fun. So Bananakin's side is interesting. There's a few cards in there that I don't think most people would expect to see. This is very much a non-flip summony flip deck. Of course you have, Penguin Soldier, which we saw. so the Deco-Ichis, but then you have the Nightmare Penguins. Yesterday there was Golem Sentry, so we'll see if those things happen, if those things come together. And on FBN side, let me see if I have their deck list here. Not that I'm going to go into the in-depths of the deck list, but at least have a better idea of what's going on in this one. There have been a lot of Desert Sunlights played in this tournament. We saw it quite often yesterday. Yeah, Nightmare Penguin is such a cool card, honestly. Um, One, it has amazing artwork. Like, look at this artwork. Oswald Cobblepot. That's who that is. That is the penguin. Little tuxedo and everything. Like, he was trying to get control of Gotham in that art. Um, Big fan of that. There was a. It reminds me of when I played locals back in 2004, probably before this format. One of my friends would play a water deck with like Gagagigo and Gogi Gagagigo, Nightmare Penguins, and Legendary Ocean with Magic or Mystic Reflector, Magic Reflector, which puts a counter on a spell or trap, maybe a face-up spell or trap, and when that card would be destroyed, you destroy the counter instead. It gives it like an extra life, we'll say. And that was very annoying to play against because, of course, with the two Abyss Soldiers, you would often get locked out and then have these gigantic monsters being pumped by Nightmare Penguins and a Legendary Ocean. And also where a Legendary Ocean, decreases the level, they would play level limits and gravity binds so their monsters would get through. It was an interesting idea for a control deck at the time, especially pre-Chaos Monsters. Well, I guess the Chaos Monsters, I think, released in the same set as Nightmare Penguin, but an alternative to the Chaos Monsters, we'll say. Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, I decided to do a mod. Like I downloaded a mod, and then I woke up looking like this. As you can tell, I am JDZ. No, but my name is Kenny. I'm happy to be here with you guys today, and I want to thank JDZ and the whole Goat Format staff on letting me do this for you all today. And I'm once again very happy to be here. So we see a Graceful Charity come down for FBN, discarding a True Nade and a Deserts without a trio, or later in the game the Deserts is not going to do a lot, so that makes sense for a discard. And another turn 1 pot of greed for Bananakin. That is a very strong start from both players. We'll see how Bananakin replies to these double back row set monster that were played by FBN. And they might just call. We might get a monster and a couple back row from Bananakin as well. Now it looks like it's an exact match. 4 cards to each, a couple back row and a set monster to each, and we'll see how FBN replies to this. Kai, thanks for commenting. I am back, and back at it. Desk Koala will be flip face up. See if this one resolves. I have to imagine it will, for 1,600 points of damage. Oh, and Desk Koala's going to get in there. Oh, it's a Golem Sentry. So let's read Golem Sentry. When this card is flip summoned, you bounce a card, but once per turn you can set it. So a little bit of life point loss there for FBN. We're pretty close, 900 points apart. Bananakin's at 64. And now in main phase 2, FBN's in the tank, summoning Tribe, and Tribe will likely call Rock here just to clear off this Golem Sentry, which can be an annoying card to fight against. For example, Bananakin on their turn, if it lived, would be able to set it, and if they wanted, reflip it and activate its ability then. Alright, so Spy will handle the Golem Sentry. Another back row is set, and we're going to pass it back over to Bananakin. So, Jacob, let me show you. So this one specifically says flip summoned, so it wouldn't work on an attack. Sook's going to come down and likely target the tribe. So that is a theoretical answer. There's 3 back row, but we've seen a lot of Desert Sunlights and Just Desserts and those type of cards. So it's safe to assume that there's not a lot of destruction spells or traps. So other than maybe Mirror Force or Ring of Destruction, FBN might not have main deck answers to attacks. That many, I should say. Now, post game 1, here we are in the sided game 2. Sakuretsu Armors might have came in, which I would probably bring them in against this deck. I need to handle Abyss Soldier somehow. It's an incredible card. Alright. Then they finish it off with a flipped Chain Energy before passing it back. FBN draws and just goes right in with the Koala, which will be met by a Sakuretsu Armor. And we're going to see maybe a monster set here. Yeah, monster set by FBN, who passes it right back over. So last game, FBN, after a couple of turns, was able to break the Chain Energy. We're going to see 500 points go from Bananakin to play a Graceful here. And just so you guys can check out Chain Energy, anytime someone, I'm going to summarize it, plays a card from their hand, you will be paying 500 life points. The Graceful does hit the Serpent, which is has to be Bananakin's favorite card to see in their Abyss Soldier deck. I'll sign your Jerry Beans, man. Don't you worry, Tyler. Alright, we're gonna... It looks like Bananakin lost another 1,000 to set a couple of cards. Actually, 1,500. So the life points are in FBN's favor at the moment. Chain Energy can be a very brutal card to play with and against. Main phase 1, we'll see what FBN has going. Grew a goatee. Not the goatee. That's too much. Secret Barrel is going to be activated as Chainlink 1. We're probably going to see a Chainlink 2 Desserts or another barrel followed by a trio here based on the counter on the Secret Barrel. Maybe not. Okay, so it was just 1,200, or 14. Sorry, definitely 14. Oh, I see. Okay. We'll see if a Solemn comes down. Last game, Bananakin had 3. Not Judge, he's stalling. Okay, so a Solemn is met. A Solemn will Solemn the Solemn. And we will see if another Solemn is had by Bananakin. Or... 7 Tools of the Bandit. Doesn't look like it. So this is going to clear out the board. A Nobleman and a Monster might just be enough. We'll see if that's what happens. Mystic Walk couldn't be chained. It was Spell Speed 3. Morphing Chart will be flipped. And both players will draw 5 cards from their deck. And we'll see if FBN can make something work. A 6th card was accidentally drawn by Bananakin, who didn't shuffle the hand. It was the 6th card. They will be drawing a card on their next turn, so that is a very, very small infraction in this regard. But typically, when a player draws an extra card, it's a big deal, I would say. And if FBN wanted to escalate that, they would have. But here we can see no harm, no foul. We're going to go into the draw phase, likely into the standby. There is a familiar friend in Bananakin's graveyard, but we're going to shortcut, and Chain Link 1 just deserts Chain Link 2 Geometria, which will be lethal. And likely Bananakin is just looking at the graveyard, getting as much information before conceding. Then again, we saw a Mystic Walk in the graveyard. Okay. My audio is echoing. It's very low volume. This is the same settings it was yesterday. There's not a lot I can do on my end. So I turned it up a little bit, so hopefully it's a little bit louder. But sorry, Jacob, there's not much else I can do on my end. I hope that your audio settings maybe sort themselves out here, or that mine do. All right, so we're going to go to game 3. We have a, dare I say, wonky burn deck. I say that because we've seen some non-traditional cards be played. It's not a full-blown panda burn. At least it doesn't feel that way. Maybe it is. And then Bananakin is, of course, playing the water control deck. I'm going to call it that for sake of better name. Featuring Chain Energy. Oh, I see, Jacob. Okay. Well, that's good that it doesn't have an echo. Thank you. So I guess while siding's in progress, we can see if any other matches have finished. It looks like a couple have already. This is around 7. I was like, there's not that many matches. Though, about half have already finished. That's impressive. Don't Copy got Jinzo Dude, which might have knocked Jinzo Dude out of the tournament. I'm pretty positive that X2s are going to be few and far between for top 8. But we will see. There'll be a couple, but not very many. All right, so here we are. We're going to see Bananakin start things off here. If I turn the volume up loud, you hear it. Okay. Let me try that. That might have fixed it, maybe. If that didn't fix it, I'm not sure. Oh, let's see. That is the name of this account, right? Alright, so we're going to see a pretty modest start from Bananakin, who the last couple of games has set basically their entire hand on turn 1. Also, notably, no opening Pot of Greed for Bananakin. So I realized what it was. I have the YouTube stream open on my computer, because even though I have the chat showing on the stream, I can't see it. It's way too small. So I had it. My computer sounds are off, so you guys don't hear any like random Discord pings or anything. But I forgot to turn off the audio from the YouTube stream, so you were hearing it a second time. My apologies on that. It's likely it was there yesterday. I just realized to do that. Alright, so no, that Chain Energy did another 25% of FBN's life points, which I would say did its job. I'm wondering if Bananakin plays like giant True Nades to bounce the Chain Energies. We saw a giant True Nade game 1 maybe, right? Or was one discarded? I vaguely remember a Graceful Charity discarding a... Oh, I think it was FBN discarded a True Nade and a Just Desserts maybe. I would say this is water control, maybe. I only word it that way because Bananakin is playing very much a control deck. With the Nightmare Penguins, the Penguin Soldiers, the Tsukuyomis, the Chain Energies. a bunch of Solemn Judgments, compulsory evacuation devices. Definitely a Golem Sentry. Oh, Ring is going to come down and meet Breaker. We'll see. It looks like maybe Breaker at 1900 after the resolution of the counter. No, they're going to do 16. All right, Golem Sentry. We're going to get some tempo here on Bananakin's side. This is going to be pretty brutal if this resolves and isn't handled. That is a well-placed Solemn Judgment. He realizes. The life point swing is well in Bananakin's flavor. Banana. CS. I'm just substituting. JDZ is very much around still. I actually talked with him this morning, just a couple minutes ago. Actually, he sent me the stream to the link. He was just unavailable today, and so they asked if I could help out, and I said, absolutely I will. And here we are. True Nade is going to come down to bounce that chain energy back. We're going to see FBN go down to 1700, very much within killing range. If a Ring of Destruction happens to catch a good enough... Oh, that's a pretty good Death Koala. Is this going to be game for in FBN's favor now? A Ojama Trio just desserts and like a Secret Barrel seals the deal. We'll see what happens. There are 3 set. We'll see if they have a draw phase, standby phase win. No, it looks like they're going through it. They're going to let them go to the main phase. He's under the Charizard blanket. That's where he is. He's hiding. Yeah, don't count your chickens. Okay. So Bananakin is definitely in the tank, trying to figure out a way to deal this final 1700 points of damage. A Snatch Steal is going to hit the table, which will, for Secret Barrel's purposes, add an extra card. And for Just Desserts purposes, also that. A Tribute for Mobius is going to happen to blow away 2 back row. We'll see if this is enough. Ring of Destruction's already gone. FBN says you got it. GG's. Bananakin coming through with the win just like that. And there was a trio, but no burn spells. He had 3 solid bluffs there. Wow. Bananakin, well played on that. Well played. Well played by FBN too. Honestly, no exaggeration. The Solemn Judgment on that Golem Sentry needed to happen. Otherwise, Golem Sentry was going to bounce this Death Koala back indefinitely. So that was a wild match. 3 well-played games. Congratulations to Bananakin and FBN, both for making day 2 and competing at such a high level. We're going to see who else we can check out now. Let's see who's still playing. Looks like Nova is still playing. Nova was also someone playing a very unique deck yesterday. Oh, what is this? Is this a Dueling Book glitch? I've heard so much about these. I'll click this and see who it is. That's not them. Okay, I'm not sure what that was. Okay, I really don't know what that was then. All right, so Nova is playing the Strike Ninja deck. We do know that Nova plays Return from the Different Dimension. Right now, there's not a supply of Dark Monsters. Also, Nova is playing Swift Gaia the Fierce Knight, which is such a cool card. It's one that you do not see pretty much ever in these tournaments. So it's very refreshing to see that. Oh, Kaiku stopped Strike Ninja. That's true. That's a very good good call. Also, it looks like Cypher Soldiers came in this match. And it looks like Killer. We watched Killer in a match in a round yesterday. Pretty positive that they're playing Warrior. But then again, this could be Chaos. We do see Spy Moth. I mean, Spirit Reaper goes in both decks. Reinforcement of the army is going to come down for Killer, who's going to look for, oh, what, Sasuke? Yeah, Ninja Grandmaster Sasuke. That is a way to handle Reaper and Spy. So we'll see if a Mirror Force is met on this attack. Well, Mirror Force will not be meeting that attack, it looks like. And clears out the Spy before passing it back. I like that over the Reaper. There's a lot of other ways to kill Reaper. If you just target Reaper, at the end of resolution, if Reaper still face up, Reaper will die. Nova Ethos is going to draw, and well, with 6 cards, he's going to flip Heavy Storm. And we'll see if this one goes through. With 3,700 life points, he's looking for a way to handle this board, notably the Kaiku likely, and he found a way to do that. But obviously you need to kill the card that kills the Reaper first. And we will have a more simplified board state, a couple of Spirit Reapers doing nothing with a Kaiku and an overly powerful Zambira. Killer's going to draw. Looks like they might have drew a Chaos person, maybe. And it was a good one. So that will probably banish the Spirit Reaper. They could banish the Zambira this turn, so it doesn't kill Kaiku. Yeah. And then next turn they can find a way to handle the Spirit Reaper. We'll see if Nova can find an answer to the BLS. The Snatch Steal was played already. There is Smashing Ground, at least in this game. Okay, so that'll handle the Kaikus, forcing BLS at the moment to banish the Reaper, but we will see if maybe a Mind Control or something is drawn to where Killer doesn't have to, but it looks like the Reaper will meet its fate. And in phase, a Dust Tornado will hit the new set, Duo. So a little bit of a bluff from Killer there. A set monster will pass it back. So this is where BLS becomes a very fun Yu-Gi-Oh card. It's just going to start banishing every monster that's played. We'll see if... No? Killer... Oh, Killer is at 3,400 to be fair. We don't see any lights. This is an all-dark type of deck. Killer is in a fairly good spot here. Torrential and Mirror Force are gone. This is going to be a difficult win on Nova's end. A Sakuretsu might meet this Blackluster Soldier here. We'll see. Okay, so that looks like one more draw for Nova, and we will see if they can draw something to get themselves out of this. A return from the different dimension, if should they have it, will put 3 monsters in play to buy them one more turn. You can special summon the monsters in defense, so the Reaper alone will be enough. Going to 475 to play the return. This bought Ethos 1 additional turn. We'll see if maybe they can... Well, they don't have Pot of Greed or Graceful to extend. Pot of Greed's really the only extender, though. BLS banished, so BLS can't do that. That would be pretty good. BLS banish, BLS attack, BLS attack, activate its attack again, BLS attack. This is such a small thing. Just pass. And all the monsters leave. Interesting sequence here. Flip summon spy pass. Okay. Well, we'll see what Ethos can draw. Maybe they'll draw a Dark Hole. I know it's banned, but maybe they have it. Yeah. That was an uphill battle for Nova there at the end. We joined at a crucial time in that match, and a BLS hit the table and won the match by itself. BLS is a ridiculous card, and that's why light and dark monsters see play in nearly everyone's deck. Let's see who else is still playing out there. We'll see if CrashVolt and Pike are still playing. Oh, well, we're going to get Pike on stream next round if they're still in it. I see Relinquished here, and that's always a fun time. Oh, wow, look at this start. They had Thunder Dragon, Pot, Graceful. I wonder if the Thunder Dragon was discarded to Graceful. It's hard to say. Some people put their Graceful discards in before. Some people put them after. Here we also see another Pot of Greed, another set of Thunders, duo be played. So this has been a pretty brutal game for both players. We'll see a Black Illusion Ritual come down. Discarding Elemental Mistress Doriado, who is all attributes while it's face up on the field. I wasn't expecting to see Doriado. That blew my mind a little bit. It is a light monster. That's interesting, and it's 3-star. You have the ritual for that one? Okay. There was a deck that a guy used to play in the Columbus, Ohio regionals in like 2005, 2006. Probably actually like 2006. And the goal of the deck was to just play Sonic Birds because they were winged beasts to get cards to discard for Wing Blast and Raigeki breaks, and the person played Icarus Attack to kill the Sonic Birds. It was an interesting deck. Okay, so we're at 81 to 29. Pike Freak has a pretty good board presence here with the Relinquished. That's at 1600 with the Breaker Boost. But CrashVolt has a lot of cards in hand, and they have Lights and Darks in the graveyard. So we're going to see if Pike can resolve a Chaos Person here, or if they still have 3 of them in their deck. Snatch Steal. So in GOAT format, it counts in the hand too? Is it errated? I know Dueling Book might have erratas sometimes. This implies that it's only while face up on the field. Honestly, I've not ever played with Elemental Mistress Doriado. I recognize the card, of course, but yeah. I see. I didn't know that, Steve. Or Steven. Once again, life points are a resource, so the 5,200 point difference isn't actually that relevant here. Right now we're looking at card advantage, and as you can see, CrashVolt is slowly chipping away at the cards to gain a +2 advantage at the moment. Knock is going to hit the face down, which is pretty good. And so we know one of the cards in Crash's hand is another Thunder Dragon. We joined this late. This is game 2. We're going to get a Dust Tornado on one of the back row. Okay, solid hit. We've seen a lot of set heavy storms in this tournament. So 5 cards to 2. Set Monster is going to hit the table for Crash, who passes it back to Pike, who, while working with 2 cards, will think for a second before making their play. Mind Control will be flip face up and take the Set Monster. Let's see what it is. Well, if it's a Magician of Faith, there's a handful of really good cards to pick. And it's a Deco. Okay, Deco is solid. Deco will draw an extra card for Pike. They did lose their Sook, at least one of them. This deck might play 2 where it's a Relinquished deck. It's also safe to assume that there might be a Metamorphosis somewhere in the list, if not more. It doesn't look like Serpent's been drawn for either player yet. Sork will hit the table. And a Sinju. So we're presenting lethal here. Pike is desperately trying to go to a game 2. And with 100 life points, Crash has another turn. Crash is facing an uphill battle at the moment. But a BLS would be a very strong draw. Right now, the Deco can crash against the Sinju after he gets it back. He's looking for a way to handle this. Set Chaos Sorcerer. Oh, I forgot the Dekoichi couldn't attack. So he's actually a 15, which is a way better little cushion there. Alright, so this looks like this was time in the round. Yes, time was just called. So those of you unfamiliar with the end of match procedure, the end of match procedure goes whoever's turn it is, when time is called, is turn 0. They finish that turn, and then there are 3 additional turns. So CrashVolt is turn 0. So they will finish this turn. Pike will be turn 1, Crash will be turn 2, and then Pike will finish turn 3. After that, the higher life points win this duel. And CrashVolt has, decent amount, 6,600 life points to make up. It's not impossible, especially if a Blackluster Soldier hits the table. Turning the Dekoichi to defense and then setting a monster, though, is not what he wants to do, obviously. He's looks like been very unlucky by not drawing Chaos Monsters. Which, to be fair, his opponent has only drawn the one also. And likely at least plays a Blackluster Soldier, and there's a second Sork. And so that will end that game to tie it. And so now we're going to start the next match. There shouldn't be siding if I recall correctly. Either way, they will start this next game in turns. So they'll go turn 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Each player will get 2. Alright, so Crash will start things off. Remember, first change in life points at the end of those 4 turns would be a sudden death game. A sudden death will happen if this match has the same life points at the end of the 3 turns. And so an Upstart Goblin would lose you the game, a Solemn Judgment would lose you the game, or if your opponent plays an Upstart, you'd win the game. Mystic Walk is an interesting card at this point. We'll see if either of those players brought it in for the second game. We're going to see a couple of back rows set and a monster on Crash's side. We'll see how Pike replies on their first turn of turns. So Pike is turn 1 and 3, and then CrashVolt's final turn will be the next turn. Looks like both players got a little lucky by drawing the Thunder Dragons. Yes, Pike, you were turn 1. Okay. Manju of the 10,000 hands is hitting the table, and we'll see which one that searches for. Manju can search for spell or trap for rituals. Let's see which one Pike picks. Relinquished. Going to take a moment to think. A couple of back rows hit the table for Pike. All right, and we'll have a Dust Tornado meet the Mirror Force. Pretty great hit for Crash, who will draw, facing a Manju and a set. Thunder Dragon is pretty good when you get 3 in your opening hand. That happened to me at Go Grand Prix Chicago last year in round 1. Somehow, I still won that game. Very lucky. Welcome, everybody that's just tuning in. I am not JDZ. I know you want me to be. I want to be. No, but my name's Kenny. I'm here to hopefully give you guys some much-needed commentary on today's GOAT Format Championship. We're in the 7th round of 8 before a cut to top 8. Before we do a cut to top 8, and we'll have all of these rounds streamed for your enjoyment. I know I'm hoodwinking all of you. It's actually my plan. Breaker will come down. There you go, Pike. You got it. Okay, please. I just need a chance, please. So Breaker's going to hit an Upstart Goblin, which you can't side in time, so they weren't able to take out their Upstart Goblins, but obviously you also just can't play an Upstart. And right now, Crash is hoping that this 200 points of damage is enough. We're going to see some back rows be set. Whether or not they are bluffs or not, we'll find out. But yeah, Pike has to find a way to deal at minimum 200 points of damage. Hopefully, in his case, 201 points of damage. Just enough to win. Whoever has higher life totals at the end of this turn wins this match. And if the life point totals are tied, we go into sudden death. Which means first change in life points, the person that's favored in that change will win the match. And it looks like Pike was not able to do the 200 points of damage. CrashVolt got that with a breaker attack over a Manju. Congratulations to CrashVolt. Well played by Pike. Good job to both of those players for making day 2 today. And just like that, the round is over. And we should have, after this one, all of the matches for this round reported. Yeah, we're just missing them, which they will report soon. And let's see. So it looks like Dueling High is officially locked for top 8. Congratulations, Dueling High. They successfully triumphed over Scrub for Life. So well played by Dueling High. They can play it out. They can also just take a very brief mental respite if they wish. Ricksaw is rocking at 6-1. We'll try to get Ricksaw on the stream in the next round. Those of you familiar with Rick, often he plays really cool decks. That's what I'll say. Very cool decks. And he's playing against HNVB, so this is a win and in for both. We'll see who can get that one as soon as this round starts officially. Bananakin's playing against Void, which is maybe the match to watch. Honestly, it's a wow, what a great match, right? We're gonna watch Rick. We're gonna watch Rick. I said it, but Void and Bananakin are both playing very similar decks. And those of you that watched round one, Bananakin is playing water with Nightmare Penguins and Penguin Soldiers. So I wonder what Void's playing. This is going to be a very cool match. So if Rick and HNVB, if their match ends quickly, we'll be sure to get Bananakin and Void on the stream. They're both playing for the win and in potential. I believe they're both X2, which does make it, it's not the easiest uphill. It's an uphill battle, but it's not impossible. Might be improbable, but it's not impossible. We'll see how that goes when that time comes. Good luck to both of those players playing. Let's see if Rick has already started up his match here. Not yet, but they will soon. Let me actually, I think, yeah, okay. So that is, I'm pretty sure it is his username. So yeah, who's Dueling High playing? MorpaDorp. We'll see if MorpaDorp can get in, or if Dueling High goes undefeated and attempts to do a 1972 Dolphins perfect finish in this tournament. We'll see if that can happen. And those of you that are American football fans, if you have teams playing today, good luck to those teams. But for most of us, we don't. So, yeah. So we're in round 8. I guess I could finally, guys, are you excited? I'm very excited to do this for one. Look at this. We updated it. It's now officially round 8. I did it. Go Bills Mafia. Go Bills. Yeah. To be fair, I would want them to win. They have not won a Super Bowl, so good luck to them today. Okay. So we also have Ghost Rider and Marvin. Ghost Rider has been on a tear in this tournament. Ivan is setting at the highest 5-2 at the moment. More than likely a win and Ivan would be in. Fungus Among Us is playing for the win and in here. And who is playing down? It's Fungus Among Us is playing Ivan. So that is going to be a very difficult match for both players. They're both incredible players. We're going to see how this one goes. We got Ricksaw against HNVB. And this is the win and in match to see which of these duelists guarantees their spot in top 8. One of them still, even with the loss, might make top 8. As we're going to kick off the last round of Swiss before the cut to top 8. This has been an incredible tournament. We've had such variance in the decks. If the top, 8 decks, even the top 16 decks get posted, however many, you will see a lot of innovation in these lists. It's not just the traditional Chaos Turbos and Warrior. The winner will certainly, as they're talking about it here briefly before the match starts, the winner will make this one. Okay, here we go. We're going to kick things off. And Rick will play first. More than likely. Can't speak for Rick, but safe to assume in GOAT format. A reasonable pace, no time. That would be pretty brutal to lose the last round of time. It happened to me at GGP Orlando. I lost the last round against Insidious. What a great player. Amazing player to at least lose to. Okay, we're going to see a pretty strong start. We're going to see a little aggression here with a turn 1 normal summon Blade Knight and a set Dust Shoot, which will be promptly activated in the standby phase. And we'll see what HNVB sends back to the deck. Oh, it looks like they're playing Control based on this little comment here. 2 from the Formula Discord. I'm scared. Oh, yeah, I think I'm in that Discord still. I could be wrong. Formula Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah, I'm in there. We're going to see a Thunder Dragon hit the table, grabbing at least one copy out of the deck. 2. Duo is going to come down. Hits a Mirror Force, great hit. And Rick's going to think for a second before discarding a Snatch Steal. That means, hitting Mirror Force, it's you're out of control, or that's out of your control. But Snatch Steal being discarded it's a tough one to part with. That card can win a match by itself, win a game by itself. As the Tribe attacks for 16, before sending a couple and passing it back, we got 3 cards to 4. One of which, though, on HNVB side is a Thunder Dragon, which is that last card in hand here. Breaker's going to come down and be met immediately with a Ring of Destruction. Both players will take that 16. And Rick follows it up with a setback row before passing it back. Straight to the battle phase to do some damage. Now, Rick is on a 2-turn clock just from this Tribe. We're in main phase 2. HN sets a monster. All right, Premature Burial is going to hit the table. We're going to get Blade Knight out, which will come out as a 2000 should it hit. Okay, it's going to successfully hit the table. Reminder that the last card in hand will be a Thunder Dragon. So this attack goes through for 400 points of damage. Rick is sitting at 24 to HN's 5,000. A Flip Summon Sook is going to set that Blade Knight. Well, Rick is sitting on it. It might be a Solemn Judgment face down. Rick is certainly going to weigh that. But he decides that it resolves. And he will be likely losing his Blade Knight this turn. Not a guarantee, but it seems likely. Notice a light and dark, which HN certainly notices. We're going to get a main phase 2 set monster. Oh, sorry, my apologies. He tributed for the Thunder Dragon to metamorphose it away, likely for Bolter here, maybe? You can grab Fiend Skull, but that doesn't really do anything. I mean, I guess it protects against Ring. Well, we'll see what this meta grabs. Meta is just being met directly by Solemn Judgment. And so, Rick did have the Solemn set. A Solemn is played in response, though. So, this is a wild game. Okay, we'll see what happens here. So this meta is going to go through. Both players are within lethal. This is an interesting little scenario here they find themselves in. His Bolter will hit the table, and Bolter negates normal spells, but at the cost of 1,000 life points, and will negate any monster's effect that he destroys as a result of battle. We're going to see a Rhoda hit the table. Pay down to 15. A back row set, and that will pass it over. We'll see what HN can do on their end. It's going to go straight into battle and attack, and Rick concedes. That is 1-0 in favor of HN as both players go to their side and try to figure out a way to win this second game. Excuse me. That was a couple of Solemn Judgments here that hit the table. I don't believe in BLS. Great, great, great. Okay. And once again, this is a win and in for both of these players. If Rick can get this one, they will go to top 8 guaranteed. Likewise, if HN can win this next game, they will move on to top 8, and the other player is going to hope that their tiebreakers is enough. I believe that like 1 or 2 X2s will make it. I saw the breakdown last night, but I'm going to be honest, I don't remember what it was. I guess I could find that out very quickly, though, instead of just assuming and saying things. Let's see here. I'd have to go digging. So Rick's going to start this one off with Pot of Greed, which is an incredible way to start a game of Yu-Gi-Oh! So out of 7 cards, Rick is certainly going to be summoning something or setting a monster and likely a couple of back row. And just a couple of back row, no monsters this time. Last game, they started off very aggressive with a Blade Knight summon. And HN's going to see what they can do to reply to this Pot of Greed start from Rick. A Heavy Storm is going to meet the double back row. That's pretty good. We'll see what Rick can do to that. And Solemn will protect that last card. Here, a Mystical Space Typhoon would be pretty brutal. Or even a Breaker, the Magical Warrior, honestly. At the cost of half the life points, that card must be exceptional. We will see a Thunder Dragon come out a little bit later than expected. And set monster in a couple back row before passing it back to Rick, who's going to draw, go into standby, go right into main phase. No dust shoots, at least apparent. Some folks do wait in the Warrior match for Warrior to play Reinforcement of the Army. A Pro Set Heavy Storm by Rick. Unbelievable card to flip there. Great play, Rick. Once again, we've seen a ton of Pro Set Heavies. A Solemn Judgment to get that. Rick is setting up an exceptional turn. We'll see if a Reinforcement hits the board, if a knock, a Mystic Swordsman level 2 here, as Rick is going to attempt to regain control of this match. Graceful's going to follow up the Heavy. Should have known. That's a hard one to know. I mean, you don't really protect Mirror Force that way, right? And like, what would the other option be? Another Solemn Judgment? Honestly, I mean, I didn't expect it to be heavy, but maybe I should have. I know this play from you. What a rapport these two have. So Graceful's going to ditch Snatch and Tribe, and Knock is going to hit the table to clear off that Gravekeeper Spy and the additional copies out of HN's deck, which he only got 1 additional, so that telegraphs that his hand is Spy, Thunder Dragon, Thunder Dragon. Then again, maybe he only plays 2 Spy. Blade Knight's going to hit the table at 2,000 with 3 back row, as Rick is ready to... He's going to hold the priority and play Scapegoat to avoid a dust shoot being hit here. 4 goats come down, and we'll see what he can do from there. Sets a back row and passes it back. Rick draws. Rick, now the Blade Knight is at 16. Breaker's going to hit the table and try to clear out the back row before clearing out a couple of goat tokens. Raigeki Break will meet that, destroying the Blade Knight. It's likely going to be... Oh, wow. A Call the Haunted's going to hit the table for a tribe-infecting virus that will clear out all the beast tokens, and that will put HN to 2,800 life points. And with a Ring of Destruction, Rick is in a... I'm assuming. With a Ring of Destruction, Rick would be in an exceptional position here. Solemn Judgment's going to meet the Zumbira, and just like that, we're going to Game 3. Rick has an incredible, aggressive start there. And... I will have to be right back as nature is calling. Give me one moment, folks. I'll be right back. Alright, sorry about that. Luckily, I made it back before they finished siding, so that was convenient, at least. Alright, so we're going into Game 3, as HN's going to start us off. Sets a back row and passes. Rick's got it like that. It's likely, I mean, we saw Scapegoat, so it could just be Scapegoat. Pot of Greed from Rick. Very strong opening. So Rick's going to be pretty simple with it and just set a monster and put the ball back in HN's court, who draws a Pot of Greed and plays it. Neither player dust shooting here. We're going to see a monster set by HN before passing it back over. Swordsman's going to hit the table along with a Flip Summon Sangan. Swordsman will try to go through. It does and hits a Sangan. Funny, both players set a Sangan. And 1,000 will connect. We'll see if Rick sets any back row before passing it back. You know, the Warrior deck, the Earth deck, they play monsters. It's hard to say which one Rick is truly on. This one feels more like Warrior, but knowing Rick, I've seen Gigantes hit the table quite a bit. Is this Kinetic Soldier is going to push through at least 2450 worth of damage here? And we're going to get a another back row before passing it back over. Breaker will hit the table. That's something that should be able to handle the Cypher Soldier. Which one is he going to target? Will Rick go to battle? Target the new one, target the old one. Doesn't matter. Raigeki Break will meet it immediately. It's going to switch Sang in, set a back row, and pass it back over. And HN is going to try to find a way to win this here. Dust Shoot will be activated after the Serpent is added back. So we know there's a Serpent in there, and that is about it at the moment. For those of you just joining, we're in the final round of Swiss for the 23rd GOAT Format Championship. I'm Kenny, and I'm here as a substitute for JDZ, and today we are watching some excellent Yu-Gi-Oh! After this match ends, if Void is still playing Bananakin, we're going to watch a water mirror match that's both vying for a spot in top 8 of this tournament. Okay, so Breaker is the card that gets sent back by Dust Shoot. And HN will continue their turn. So we have a Sork, a Magician of Mirror Force, a Heavy, a Metamorphosis, and an MST. This is an interesting hand. We don't have lights. We have a dark. Mirror Force is a good card to have, but you know, HN doesn't need to do anything here, so they're not going to. It's not likely that 7,000 points is going to come through for Rick. It's not impossible. It's definitely possible. It's just not as likely. Then again, Rick could tribute for, Grand Marg Mobius here and search for that Exiled Force or Sinister Serpent or something, but just gain a little bit of advantage and try to kill this Cypher Soldier, which is a problem for all of his warrior monsters. While we do that, I'm going to look really quickly. Graceful Charity. What a good card. Rick has drawn his Graceful and his Pot of Greed. There's about 26 minutes or so, maybe 27, left in the round. So both of these players being in Game 3 already are playing at an exceptional pace here. Yeah, it turns out Graceful Charity it's the second worst card he could have drew, but at least he drew it now and not later. You really never want to see your draw cards. He was unlucky enough to get Pot of Greed opening hand, which is very unfortunate. Okay, and he is thinking hard on these discards. Obviously, people need to play at a reasonable pace, but they still have 27 minutes for a single game, so I feel confident that Rick is just wanting to verify and make sure that the cards he picks are the exact ones he needs to choose. And in this kind of a moment, this kind of a decision, the crux, really, you have to make sure that you discard the right cards. And so this is interesting. I didn't see this yesterday, but now I understand what Rick is playing. And I could be wrong, but I don't think I'm wrong in this regard. I'm pretty sure Rick is playing Gearfried the Iron Knight. We did not see that yesterday. So this card with Gearfried, it kills itself immediately when it equips to Gearfried, and then you get to do that ability where you just kill a card on the field. So it's a very cool little combo type thing that you can do with Gearfried the Iron Knight. Genuinely wasn't expecting that to hit the table here. We'll see. Maybe he grabs Gearfried out of the deck now, summons it, and sets 4 back row or something. Nope, just grabs Ninja Grandmaster Sasuke. Obviously a great choice here to handle this Cypher Soldier. We'll see if the attack goes through. We know Mirror Force is in the hand. Sakuretsu Armor does meet the Ninja Grandmaster, and we we now have a Sangan in attack. Gearfried is a warrior, yes. I can't really pull it up at the moment. So HN is currently debating on what to do here. He's maybe trying to see if... No, he doesn't have 5,500, 5,600 worth of damage, which is a little surprising. A lot of cards in hand. Of course, we don't have a lot of info on much. We know that there is a Sinister Serpent in HN's hand, but that's about it right now. Dust Tornado will meet the back row. Oh, yeah, actually, I lied. We know most of his hand. Which you don't really want to. There, we'll get the meta on the face down, which is likely. Rick knows that he has this, so this is not going to be one of Rick's better monsters here. See if I can get Gearfried on the screen here. Not sure if you'll be able to see this, but this is what Gearfried the Iron Knight is. Just any equipped spell this card is equipped with automatically destroyed. And so with Blast with Chain, as you can see, it becomes an equipped spell, and then when it's destroyed by a card effect, while equipped, you get to target a card and pop it. So that combo works together. It's one that you don't see too often, but it is a pretty cool combo. And this is a board of not a lot going on. As the Thousand Eyes shuts down nearly everything, nothing can switch positions, and other than him, and nothing can attack except for Thousand Eyes. Both players are just looking for an opening, trying to concoct a way to win this game, win this match, and move on to top 8. As the first two games were over in approximately 17 minutes, this one, the decisive game, is of course going to be the one that might take quite a bit longer. Both players are certainly going to think out every sequence of card possibility that they can do. All millions of combinations of them, much like Doctor Strange in that Infinity War movie. In phase, he has to discard down to 6, getting rid of the Serpent, before passing it back to Rick, who's going to draw, and once again enter the think tank for just a moment. This is not the tea from Timmy's, this is the tea from Mocha, which is a Wisconsin staple. It's mid, but it's good enough. I do miss my Timmy's. To all my Canadian friends, if you could build one in my backyard, that'd be good. So Duo will hit the table, hitting Magician of Faith out of the hand along with Swords of Revealing Light. And now the card advantage is nearly tied. There's still slight advantage even with that +1 from Duo. We're at a +2 over here for HN right now. Timmy's a fresh no more. What happened to Tim? I want Tim Robinson's coffee. That's the one that I want. All All right, so this Sanyan has been in play since turn 1 for Rick. It's not often you see a Sanyan hang out on the table that long. Both players just draw pass, draw pass, draw pass. There's a bit of an impasse with this Thousand Eyes Restrict and the Cypher Soldier combined. We know a handful of the cards in HN's hand. Let's see, the Serpent was gone, but the meta is gone. So we still know that Sork, Serpent, Mirror Force Heavy, and MST are here. So we know 5 of the 7. More than likely, if they don't do something to actively try to win this turn, they will just be passing, discarding Serpent again. Legion needs a couple of moments, which is fair. This is a must-win for both players, so both players really want to make sure, once again, I know I've said it a handful of times, to play this game as perfectly as they can, as this decides their top 8 fate. The winner will certainly make top 8, and the loser, there's a chance. There's a chance. They'll have excellent tiebreakers from this last round. Target the monster. Okay. Which was a Magician of Faith. That Magician of Faith would have been really good for Rick. As the Thousand Eyes will clear the Sanyan. We might see some action now. This Thousand Eyes might go to attack position and start poking little pieces out of Rick's life points. 3550 Rick will go to, more than likely, here. We're going to see a back row set. Almost certainly. Unless HN is terrified of a heavy storm, which we saw Rick definitely have a pro set heavy storm last game. He did lose that game, but that was a tough one. Rick's going to draw up to 7 cards. Follows it up with a set monster and a pass back. As HN would desperately love to draw Tsukuyomi here, or a Nobleman of Crossout, or even a Mind Control, which likely wasn't brought in, but wilder things have happened. It's important to note that Chaos is live in Rick's graveyard and in HN's. In this kind of almost a stalemate, historically, if you don't win and you summon a Chaos person, your opponent will reply with theirs and win the match. So right now, without activating the Raigeki break, I guess he doesn't need to with the Thousand Eyes. We'll see what happens. Rick gets the Sangan Search here. It died to the Heavy Storm, and it still activates. It was sent from the field to the graveyard. Exiled Force to hand. And Thousand Eyes will suck up the set. And Thunder Dragon's going to be discarded, and this is going to likely be game, as he's going to tribute the Thousand Eyes for a Thunder Dragon, and most likely follow it up with a Chaos person. That is 2950. We have a 5250. Congratulations to HN on the win there. Rick played an excellent match. Both players played an excellent match, and we'll see if Rick can squeak in and get the 7th or 8th place. And for now, we're going to see if Void is still playing, so we can see a Bananakin Void match. No, the Bananakin Void match is over. Let's see who got that one. I need to know. Void got it over Bananakin, so Nightmare Penguins were defeated. There is still a chance, a small glimmer of hope for both of those duelists. Well, at least for one of those duelists to make day two, or top 8, not day 2. We'll see how that goes here shortly. For right now, let's get in and watch. We'll see Ghost Rider and Marvin maybe. Are they both playing? They're both playing for a top spot. Let's see if Ghost is still playing. We're in the second game, and Marvin. Wow, look at these life totals: 200 to 500. We have a Mobius in play, which kills the Zombira. As both players are desperately clinging to these life totals. A bunch of Solemn Judgments have been played from Ghost Rider, and it looks like potentially at least one on Marvin's end, so it's safe to assume that maybe one of those is another Solemn Judgment. Once again, this is round 8 of 8 of Swiss, and after this there will be a cut to top 8, and those 8 players will battle single elimination to bracket style, and they will vie for their chance at a championship and do their best to bring that home. Serpent is added back to hand. Jar Agreed will draw an additional card for Ghost Rider. As we're going to get a T set from Ghost Rider. There are 3 back row for Marvin. Marvin is desperately trying to win this game to stay in contention for a spot in top 8. This is the X2 bracket, so there's no guarantee that even with a win here, either of these players make it. But they're both in a pretty good position to do, as anyone, if they do win. The loser will regrettably not be in contention anymore. Serpent is flip summoned. Right now, we're just trying to get some damage through with Mobius. We're going to game 3. Let's see how much time is left in the round. 13 minutes remain in the round. And both players go into their collective side decks. Let's see how many matches are left. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 total matches being played. And let's see if we have some better, more updated standings. Yep, we have 5 of the... Fungus Among Us got it. That is impressive over Ivan. Fungus Among Us was playing down and happened to win that match. So 5 spots are locked for top 8. We have another 3 spots open. And it looks like at least 3 X2s will be making it in. So right now, as you can see, El Duelista Pokédex is in 6th. I'm not sure if this spot is locked. I'm not entirely sure. We'll see how the 6th through 8th fill themselves out after this game ends. Duo is going to hit the table after an opening Thunder Dragon from Ghost Rider. And that will hit both Thunder Dragons, which, it got the cards out, and just getting rid of resources for cards like Raigeki Break is nice. Of course, you don't want to hit a Thunder Dragon off of a duo, but at least it wasn't a complete miss. No Dust Shoot initially. We're going to see Moth bring back the duo and likely immediately play it to hit those last 2 cards out of Ghost Rider's hand. We might see a Raigeki Break here. No Raigeki Break. Just a Knight Assailant and a Magician of Faith. So, potential of this duo both times has hit not the best targets. Not the worst. It's better to hit, those kind of cards than not. But Ghost Rider does get to keep the Magician of Faith, and now we have Lights and Darks in the grave. Of course, we know they have a Magician, though. 4 back row for Marvin. Little comment for you guys here. Heavy Storm, another Pro Set Heavy. That is the play for today and yesterday. That must be the 8th or 9th one I've watched on stream. Each one is so brutal. I feel like anytime I try to do that, of course I don't have the Solemn Judgment back up like Ghost Rider did and Rick did, but I'm usually not too successful. Sometimes I am. Sometimes I get it. But... Alright, he's going to bring out a couple of spies. We'll see if a knock or a Night Assailant hits. No. Just going to swing right into that Moth. It's probably going to grab back the Duo. Maybe the Book of Moon. I guess it could be space, but... There's a Magician of Faith. He hasn't normal summoned. Okay, did get the Book of Moon back. Another monster will be set. Likely that Magician of Faith we saw last. A couple turns ago, I guess now, that was brought back by the Night Assailant from that Delinquent Duo. Marvin brings out a Sasuke. Very, very solid monster here to kill at least one of the spies, if not more. And more than likely that Book of Moon was just set. So Magician of Faith here would grab a Heavy Storm back, which is fairly good. As Marvin has, you know, a decent number of trap cards, it looks like, and just reactive spells. I hate Patrick Mahomes is watching. I hate Patrick Mahomes was watching yesterday too. Yeah, that's an interesting username, right? He's like besties with Taylor Swift by proxy, right? Who doesn't love Taylor Swift? All right, so Magician of Faith flips and gets back that Heavy Storm in the graveyard, which it could be played here. Yeah, to clear out force the Book of Moon to be played. You don't have a good target, so it's likely just going to die. You can't set your Sasuke or else a spy runs it over, and obviously you're not going to target a Magician of Faith with that. Best friend forever-in-law. That's accurate. Oh, wow. I looked away for a half a second and a Black Luster Soldier hits the table, and that will be lethal. Congratulations to Ghost Rider on that hard-fought win, and great showing by Marvin. Both players played amazing, and you know, it's unfortunate we only got to catch that little bit of Game 2 in the Game 3 there. Let's see if we have any other matches still in flux here. Looks like Shifty and Left Arm. So let's see if we can get them on the Left Arm and Shifty. Game 3. Okay, and I turn it on just in time for a Gravekeeper Spy to attack for game. And just like that, Swiss is over. And as soon as these matches get reported, we'll have the official top 8 that we will announce. And we'll get them paired up, and we'll see how this one goes. Once again, if we want to look at the current picture, the big thing, Dueling High finished this tournament undefeated. Congratulations, Dueling High. Congratulations to all the 7-1s, Fungus Among Us, Patron, HNVB, and Scrub for Life on all making a top 8. They're locked. We just need these 6, 7, 8 to be confirmed. Right now it's set like this with Rick unfortunately in 9th, but we'll see if that changes once this last match gets reported. And then after that, once the top 8 is locked, we will pair it up and stream those games too. Yeah, this was 8 rounds of Swiss Ryan. We just we did 7 and 8 today, so 8 just finished. Just waiting on a couple of people to report. All right, so the results are final. Let's see. And Rick got 9th place, and Shifty got 9th, just missing out. We had Raven's Anger get in at 8th place. El Duelista Pokédex get in at 7th. Ghost Rider did lock a spot at 6th. We also have 5th place Fungus Among Us. Patron came in at 4th. HNVP at 3rd. Scrub for Life at 2nd. And of course, the undefeated Dueling High is 1st after Swiss. And so congratulations to everybody. I'm going to go ahead and announce the 9th through 16th as well. In 9th, we had Rickshaw. In 10th, we had Shifty. 11th, MorpaDorp. 12th, El Loco. 13th, Morrow. 14th, Don't Copy. 15th, Viros. Hopefully I said that right. And 16th, Killer9208. Congratulations to everybody on their excellent placements in this tournament. There was 140 total players at the start, and we had 8 grueling rounds of Swiss. In the last match, in the last round, we got to see 2 Void and Bananakin, who finished back to back, unfortunately, played each other. They're both playing water decks, like water control decks, which you don't pretty much ever see in these kind of tournaments after, day one. So it was pretty awesome. It's regrettable that they had to face each other in the final round and that neither unfortunately topped. These standings should count. I'll have official confirmation shortly, but yeah, we should. A lot of people are wondering why this wasn't top 16, which I'm not going to get into this, but yeah. This will be top 8. First time playing Swiss. Hey, Void. I Swiss, that's pretty much the only one I ever played. I'd never done double elimination until playing online. But I just want to say congratulations on your finish. If Bananakin was in here, I would say the same. So these are the wrong standings. Okay. All right. Well, we'll see how this goes here shortly. I'm going to wait for the staff to finalize them. I guess I could have prematurely announced. Retrobot has the correct ones. Let me check that. Oh, all of these comments literally just loaded, starting at Evan. All right, let me. Yeah, no, I didn't see them at first. I had the Discord pulled up so I could try to find them. Let me go in here and find the Retrobot standings then. See, Retrobot started it as a top 16 though, so I want to make sure that that's what it is. So Retrobot is telling me that this is the bracket. Oh, this is vastly different. Vastly different. Okay, let me pull this up. Okay, so this is what it's saying the top 8 is, which is, of course, wildly different than the previous one. We still have Dueling High and Ghost Rider topping. We still have Patron and Fungus Among Us topping. We still have Scrub Life topping and HNVP, but this is saying Morrow and MorpaDorp were in the finals instead of Raven's Anger and El Duelista Pokédex. So my apologies to those 2 duelists. Yeah. Spreading false info. This is the info that we have to spread falsely. This is what I'm doing. This is my my whole plan is to ruin people's days by announcing top 8 incorrectly. And I almost had it if it wasn't for you pesky kids. Yeah. So it looks like this standings, which would make sense, is the correct standings, right? This would make sense since it's in the standings here, that these are the standings, but of course it's not. The bracket, which is going to be the top 8 bracket, which might not even be on this page, I had to click it in the Discord here, is actually the top 8 matches. So my apologies for being a misinforming fake newser. That's not what I wanted to do. But here we are. We're going to have Dueling High against Ghost Rider, Patron against Fungus Among Us, Scrub Life against Morrow, and of course HNVB against MorpaDorp. So we'll see how this goes shortly. Let's see what people are saying in the Discord. Oh, I see Steve just tagged me on the Discord standings. Thank you. Well, I guess a couple minutes ago. So we should have this starting soonish. I don't think people people like that some X2s didn't get in. Um, all I have to say is, playing in SJC Columbus in 2008, I got 30th place and I didn't get anything, and there were 800 and something people. And then it was like the next YCS or SJC, instead of doing top 8, they started doing top 16, top 32. So it's unfortunate when it happens, right? X2 not making a tournament, that's going to happen. You're not going to get it. I mean, yeah, X2 at several of the GOAT Grand Prix and didn't make it. So, yeah. So my apologies if you didn't like your result and how you placed. There's not much we can do. And I think a big one, though, is Fungus Among Us, if I remember right, lost round 1 and then came back and won 7 straight rounds. Absolutely amazing showing from each of these duelists. Fungus Among Us, like Dueling High, these folks are on a bit of a tear right now. They're going to be difficult opponents to beat. They're in the zone. And we'll see as soon as everybody starts tagging the opponents. Let's see if they've already started. So we should have the top 8 happening right now. Yeah, X2. Sometimes X2 doesn't make it. I mean, X2 can mean, 6th, 7th, 8th place. It can also mean 14th place. So we know Dueling High and Ghost Rider are both playing the classic Warrior Chaos Turbo. I believe we watched them play yesterday. I'm pretty sure. I'm actually not sure what Fungus Among Us is going to play, but we're going to watch this match once it actually gets going. Let's see if they're already in there. I don't know if they're allowed to start yet, but we'll go ahead and see. Okay, it doesn't look like it. Just to make sure. Okay. So we don't have any of the matches officially started yet. Looks like the staff is just getting everything together on their end, and we will be starting fairly soon. So let's take a look at the official. Well, I guess I shouldn't say official, but let's see what the standings looked like before top 8 was decided. Which top 8 was decided by the Retrobot using all of. Actually, let's just look at the top 8. This is going to be our top 8 matches. Once again, we have Dueling High playing against Ghost Rider, Patron against Fungus Among Us, Scrub Life versus Morrow, and HNVB versus MorpaDorp. Okay, let's see. Looks like people are still talking via Discord about what's going on with the tournament. And Raven is wanting to know about a little transparency. So that I'm going to let the staff talk about. Obviously, yeah. I might have announced what is, I feel like, still should have been the standings just based on common logic, but of course there's something behind the scenes. I don't play online that often, and I don't really, I'm an in-person player. Often we use Mantis in person, which is a vastly different. All right, let's see if anybody is going yet. I'm still not sure if we're allowed to start. Doesn't look like it. So I might, let's see, depending on how long this is going to take. Yeah, that's what I'm getting, Steve. It's just, it feels a little weird that it's in like two separate things and not just, you know, to me, it's just a little weird, but yeah. All right, while this happens, I'm going to grab water and prepare maybe a little tiny little like granola bar type thing, and I'll be right back. So stick with us. We're going to have top 8 coming up, and yeah, we will see you here shortly. it looks like we are about to start the top 8 here. And we are going to be looking at Fungus, Among Us, and Patron. Well, maybe they're actually in there already. Okay. Well, Fungus said he was hosting, but I don't see him in there. Let me see if what their dueling book name is. Maybe that's it. Alright, so Ash is Spicy is Fungus. They're both hosting. There's some interesting chatter in the Discord right now regarding the tournament here. Oh, it looks like Ash is Spicy and Patron fused. I think my dueling book needs to be refreshed. We will be watching Fungus, Among Us, and Patron play here as soon as we can. Alright, it looks like they're both still... Look at MorpaDorp, all professional with the top 8 on the notes there. Alright, let's see. Are they playing now? Alright, we got Pika and Fungus Among Us. They're just now starting. Pikatron's on the play. Alright. Thunder Dragon is going to come down after a Sang in, a set back row for Patron. And we will see how this one goes. Alright, and Upstart Goblin's going to come down for Ash is Spicy, otherwise known as the Fungus Among Us. Ryan Spicer, any Spice Make Day 2? Yeah, we had a water match in the last round that we're both trying to top 8 this tournament. Regrettably, the water deck did not get there in the end. But yeah, that would have been pretty awesome. Alright, so we're going to have a Sangan meet the Sangan, and they will crash. Turn players goes on the chain link first, then the non-turn player. So non-turn player reveals their Sangan search first. So Patron is going through the deck now. assume they're going to grab Sinister Serpent. They might grab a Deco or a Spy, but unless they have Serpent in their hand. Yeah, so the water deck was playing like Nightmare Penguins and Penguin Soldier and Tsukuyomi and a bunch of like Cyber Jar, Morphing Jar kind of things. After that, it was like a Solemn Judgment control list. It performed very well. I mean, they finished 6-2, I believe. So that it's pretty good for a 140 person tournament. A good showing for a deck that's unorthodox. So in top 8, I need to look for the top 8 lists. But I'm pretty sure it's more standard what you're expecting when you look at these tournaments. Just a couple of the lists. I don't know what Maro is playing or MorpaDorp. Maro we watched yesterday for like a single game, but honestly I do not remember. But the list will be posted at some point shortly. Jar of Greed will be flipped, drawing a card for Patron, who is going to try to concoct a victory in game 1 here. That would be good. A single Penguin Soldier for everybody. They did some pretty cool stuff with it, to be fair. Additionally, with the Nightmare Penguin, the Nightmare Penguin boosted itself and an Abyss Soldier that I think made the next turn exactly lethal because it had that 400-point boost. So it was definitely a fun match to watch. When we watched Bananakin was the user that played it in round 7. We watched that on stream. That was pretty fun. Pot of Greed's going to come down for Fungus Among Us, who has a Sangan and an Upstart in the yard. I'm not sure what Fungus Among Us is playing, but it's telegraphing Chaos Turbo. And we do have a set of Thunder Dragons, but the Injection Fairy Lily on Pikatron's end is a little, once again, on Orthodox, so maybe this isn't Turbo. Maybe it's Turbo plus Lily. It could be Chaos Control that splashes a Lily. Is she a splash? Obviously. Another Pro Set Heavy Storm. This time hitting a Dust Tornado. So not as exciting as the other ones we've seen. Chaos Sorcerer will hit the table here. And we'll see if priority... priority doesn't even need to happen here, but it'll certainly handle this Injection Fairy Lily by itself. We'll probably get some kind of set back rows here, maybe a monster, before passing it back over to Pikatron. Okay, so with 7 cards in hand, 2 of which are Thunder Dragons, Pikatron is going to think for a second, check his graveyard. He does have Chaos Live. We'll see how Pikatron can reply to this Chaos Sorcerer in play. Alright, we're going to, Pikatron is going to reply with a Blackluster Soldier on the set monster. Maybe a Tsukuyomi is going to come down to protect the BLS, or an Exiled Force will do the trick as well. So this is an interesting one. On the off chance, which is not likely, I guess. Yeah, it's not going to happen. I was going to say, you might want to put the BLS in attack just in case of another BLS, actually. And additionally, Ninja Grandmaster Sasuke. Putting this in defense, you're not attacking, so you're not worried about a Mirror Force. If they Snatch Steal it, they're just turning it to attack. Like, it's a little interesting here to put this BLS in defense. It ended up being fine and working out, but there's too many outs for them to be able to kill this BLS with a breaker, discard Thunder Dragon BLS to clear it and attack directly. Like, I don't like putting BLS in defense that much unless you're worried about specifically Mirror Force. Yeah. Lily, Dust Tornado, Exiled Force, Giant Rat with BLS. This is an interesting deck list. So I would say that this is a little bit of spice that you're looking for. Space Typhoon will clear out the Torrential Tribute. Suka's going to come down, hit the BLS, and so a Nobleman will quickly get rid of the Blackluster Soldier here. And we're just going to have a pass back. Open board, we'll see how much damage Patron can do this turn, see if they have lethal. Gigantes would be 3,300, and based on everything else in play, why wouldn't they have Gigantes in this Chaos deck? Graceful's going to hit the table. That is going to certainly find 1,800 points of damage. But then again, we've seen Giant Rat alongside with Blackluster Soldier, so maybe we'll see a Karibo on Fungus Among Us's end. Only time will tell, right? A couple Thunder Dragons get discarded to the Graceful. And 800 will pre-mat back. Something not enough. A summon Mystic Swordsman level 2 is enough. That is going to be game 1 to Patron, who is playing something that we didn't see on stream at all yesterday, and now I'm regretting it. We saw an Injection Fairy Lily alongside Thunder Dragons, Blackluster Soldier, Giant Rat. So this is an interesting deck that's on stream right now, so hopefully you guys enjoyed this one. Okay. So while both players side, we can see what the other matches were today. We have Ghost Rider playing against Dueling High, and then we have Scrub for Life playing against Morrow. And then in our final top 8 match, we have HNVB against MorpaDorp, which is a very fun username to say. Yeah, so I don't want to play favorites, but it is pretty cool that Patron is playing Giant Rat, Blackluster Soldier. He had a level 2 in play. This is a pretty interesting deck. Thunder Dragons. With one win, he only has to get one more. So if he gets that last win, he will move on to top 4. Fungus Among Us is holding on to dear life. They won 7 straight matches to make this top 8 after starting the tournament 0-1. They are certainly hoping to continue that into 8 matches to get to top 4. My Earl Grey tea is no longer hot. It's unfortunate, but it's still pretty good. And so I'll show you, well, I was going to show you guys the bracket, but now siding's over, so we're going to go right into this second game. Fungus Among Us is going to start us off here, and we'll see if they can draw some of the Trinity, at least maybe a Thunder Dragon, something to give them a little bit of card advantage. Alright, so we're going to have a T-set pass from Fungus, or who is Ash is Spicy, who passes it over to Patron, looks at their grip of 6, and we'll start things off with a Heavy Storm. They're coming out hard. It hits an Upstart Goblin that's set. This is an interesting sequence of cards being played here in this top 8. I like it. I mean, that's a pretty good bluff, I guess. What is? Oh, that's the different art for Reinforcement of the Army. I was like, what is this card? It almost looked like Heart of the Underdog from that far away. Okay, so Roto is going to come down and grab more than likely level 2, maybe Exiled Force. Yeah, when people use these, I forget that Dueling Book has the alternate art cards or versions of these cards. I'm still not used to that. So level 2 is going to come down directly into play. Hit over that face down. Dekoichi will die. No ability. Couple back rows set and a pass over. Oh, a Thunder Dragon will be an afterthought, it looks like. So he did also have Thunder Dragon. So just like that, he already has his lights in the grave, or accessible to set up the chaos in the earth deck. I really hope a Gigantes hits the table. Alright, so a normal summon Spy is going to come down and try to handle this level 2. It does connect for 300 points of damage, and a couple back row will be set. Dust Tornado will randomly hit one of them, which was a Sakuretsu, not a bad hit. Elects to not set a spell or trap from the hand, and Patron will start things off with 4 cards in hand on their turn, 5 with this Jar of Greed. No Dust Shoot, no Dust Shoots on Resolution, it looks like. So once again, we're in top 8. I need to update it. We're not in round 8. We're in top 8 now. Top 89, apparently. Let's see if I can make that a little bit better. It's a big top 8, apparently. We're in the big top 8 now. Oh, what did I miss? Ring of Destruction meant a giant rat there. Okay. I'm going to switch that Spy to defense. Cards are even at 4 apiece, and another Dust Tornado will clear out that back row. This almost feels like the original Earth Aggro list. It's just where it's playing the Thunder Dragons, the BLS, and some Darks. Top 89, single elimination. The bye got incredibly lucky. There will be a bye next round too. So, yeah, as 45 players make it. No, I'm joking. It's just top 8. A monster will be set next to the Spy before passing it back, who Patron just sets a monster and passes it back. We got a lot of calling here. Magician of Faith will flip, and that will target the upstart Goblin, and they're just going to directly play it from the graveyard, save a little bit of time. 1,000 life points is gained for Patron, and 1,000 life points is lost for Ash's Spicy Fungus Among Us as they duo. And so this is why I'm not a fan of rolling die. It's very time consuming, and it just doesn't save any time. It's still random if you just click. It's not like you know where a card is. Now, if people draw their hand and don't shuffle their hand ever, sure, you can maybe do that. But, oh, an Abyss Soldier hits play, but not with a water to discard. So 300 points is going to put Patron down to 7,000 after this Magician of Faith connects after the Sangan Search. More than likely. Dueling High is watching. Is Dueling High's match already finished? Dueling High is already in top 4. Dueling High is 9-0 in this tournament. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's true. He's playing Abyss Soldier and Chaos Turbo. This we didn't see this in the last game. So, yeah, this is an interesting deck. I mean, Widespread Ruin is likely a side card. I assume that based on the Abyss Soldier, maybe one of these is in the main. But I like Widespread and Sakuretsu being brought in. It's good against Warrior. It's good against these Giant Rat strategies. We know Dale Bolito, when he plays, he loves to play Shining Angel. He was in the tournament yesterday. So, yeah. But Dueling High is on fire. Oh, yeah, Horus. Horus level 8's out. And Horus level 6. I mean, it's good against both. It could be, depending, it could be good against the King Dragoon also, if he's in play. Right, it doesn't target, does it? Yeah, it doesn't target. Wanted to verify. Okay, so the Exiled Force does the rare. 2 monsters for 1. Attacking over the Magician of Faith, using its effect in main phase 2 to pop the Abyss Soldier. And quickly checking the graveyard implies that there might be a Chaos monster about to hit the table. We'll see if this Spy goes to attack position, if this is going to be 35 or 42. Then again, it might just be 23. Getting a little quick here. Alright, so he's just going to do the 23, set a monster, and pass it back over. We'll see what Patron can do to handle this board state, as he is desperately trying to win this game to move on to top 4, and Fungus Among Us, Ash's Spicy, is attempting to win this game to force a game 3 so they can make it to top 4. For those of you just joining us, we're in top 8 of GFC 23. This is the final 8 players. We already have one player in top 4, Dueling High, who's on a 9-0 streak right now. Absolutely crushing it. We're going to see a light and dark get removed? No? Decides against it. Oh, maybe a different dark. Okay, yeah, he might have a premature burial or something for that and decided instead maybe saying In's a better option. BLS is going to hit the table. We'll see what happens here. See if this could potentially be a lethal turn with like a Snatch Steal, Nobleman, combination of those kind of cards. I think there are some Thunder Dragons still in hand, so there's one Thunder Dragon over here. And a couple monsters get cleared with the BLS, so it's at least, you know, a 2-for-1 here. Set monster will end the turn for Patron. Alright, see how this one goes for Fungus Among Us, who now is facing down the scariest monster, at least in both players. Well, I'm assuming in both player stacks. Who knows? Maybe one of them plays, I don't know, some wild card like Gate Guardian or something. We've seen some interesting choices in these decks, but they're awesome. They look great. I mean, right here we have Thunder Dragon Kaiku side by side with Giant Rat, and over here we have Abyss Soldier and Chaos Turbo with a bunch of battle traps. So this is a fun time over here, and we elected to upstart Goblin instead of duoing, which at the life total and the do they need the light that bad? Oh no, that's so much damage. This BLS is doing some work here. They got their BLS to hit the BLS, but this is at what cost, right? We know one card's Thunder Dragon, so they have an unknown and a card they'll be drawing with this set. Okay. See if Fungus Among Us can do anything to survive here. This is such a low life total. Okay, so Tribute Serpent for a Thunder Dragon, which flips up a Gravekeeper Spy, which gets to find its twin. And we'll see if a back row here, potentially a Ring of Destruction, could end this match. If not, now Fungus Among Us is in an exceptional position. They're threatening lethal. A Mystical Space Typhoon or... well, not heavy. No, wait, heavy was last game. They could have a heavy too. See, this is a moment where maybe the BLS goes to defense. Oh, this is a tricky one. I think if you do this, you just put the other spy in attack as well. Yeah, I think the BLS should have went to defense, banish both spies to attack. Well, maybe not both spies. Well, yeah, the BLS is gone. Oh, Lily. Never mind. You can't really put spy in attack at all. This is a risky one. If a Lily hits the table here, that should... that would be good game. We'll see what happens. Standby Face Serpent. Also, Sinister Serpent being ran with these cards is interesting. Typically, when you see the Earth Monster seeing play, that's its own strategy in itself. They might play the Gigantes type cards. Donzalug is hitting the table. Oh, wow. It's interesting there. Because... right? Oh, no, I guess it could have been Sangin. Okay. So we have a pretty good defensive monster here. Still lights and darks somehow in Patron's graveyard. The life points are heavily favored by Patron here with a 4,000 point lead. We're going to have a setback row and potentially a monster, which is that Sinister Serpent. DD Warrior Lady, that's an answer to the spy. We'll see if a Mirror Force was drawn by Fungus Among Us. A Book of Moon. Okay, so that gives Fungus Among Us an extra... Both are gone, right? No? Yeah, both are gone. That's interesting. That's interesting. It didn't do anything. Unless they play... Do they play a Gravekeeper's Guard? Okay. I was going to say, that's so crazy if they do. Yeah, yeah, those things do go well together. It's a deck that I haven't really seen. Like it's almost akin to the almost like the Warrior toolboxes from the winter season after Goat. It feels a little bit like that. That's yeah. I'm surprised that the Book of Moon didn't hit the DD Warrior Lady there. Ultimately, it would have only bought one additional turn. Though that one turn could have been, Pot of Greed into Chaos Sorcerer or something. But congratulations to Fungus Among Us for top 8ing. And Patron, congratulations on moving on to top 4. We have at least 2 of the top 4 now set. We'll see who else we have. Let's see. So we have Scrub for Life and Morrow. And they are still battling, and it looks like Scrub for Life is up by 1. And, well, they look to be in a dire position this round. This game. So we'll see how this one finishes here. And that is enough to be lethal. So we are going to a game 3. Oh, sure. He might only be playing BLS. We didn't see Sword game 1, right? I don't believe so. I think we just saw the BLS. Alright, so Scrub Life is good to go with what they have for their strategy. Here we have Jerry Beans Man, who is a very important friend of the stream, we're going to say. That's another good call. I want to see this list. I should have access to it. I need to see how I get access to these. All right, strong start from Scrub, upstart into a Pot of Greed, into a duo. So we already have 2/3 of the Trinity hitting the table. Once again, we have a die roll. I was really hoping that was a 6. Just so they have to re-roll and waste everyone's time. Okay, let's see. Oh, okay, I have the list here. Great. Let's see what Pikatron's list looks like here. Which, I'll pull this up in the next lull. This is a pretty cool list, actually. Not saying that in like just a really cool looking list. I also want to look at... Oh, they're both playing... Not similar lists, but like they have some similarities between them. The last match we watched. Okay. So double Wing Blast was hit by that duo. So briefly, it does look like the Warrior Toolbox deck with Giant Rat and Lily does play some of the discard traps. That's what I'll say for now until we can pull it up on camera. I didn't realize that these were public for everyone. Otherwise, I would have pulled these up while we were in a bit of a lull until top 8 started. So, Sangan will run into Night Assailant. Not the card that Night Assailant ever wants to hit. We'll see what the Sangan grabs. I'm wagering Sinister Serpent. Serp and double Thunder Dragons in hand, so only 2 unknown cards. $9,000 life points. Let's see. Scrub Life is going to set 2 and a monster and pass it over. Not much going on for either player. There's a lot of back row for Scrub for Life though, that Morrow is going to have to go through. This is the deciding game. The winner of this moves on to top 4 and locks in their spot at a chance to continue for a championship win. And we already have one top 4 match set. Dueling High against Patron is happening. I'm not sure if they've already started or if they're waiting for the others to finish. But that match is, as far as I can tell, which I was wrong when I announced top 8, as far as I can tell, that is the locked top 4 match. So, yeah. Yeah, so, I mean, several people yesterday were playing 3 Dekoichi, not even just 2. And like you said, like, all of the recruiters, even Mother Grizzly getting Serpent might be not as strong, but the rats and obviously the angels and the tomatoes are all fantastic for those strategies. I'm hoping that maybe somebody unlocks a little apprentice magician love with some old vindictive magician and magician of faith, like a certain somebody had success with a long time ago at I believe it was SJC Austin in 06, if I remember correctly. So Breaker's going to come down, meet a torrential tribute, which Magician of Faith did its job. Breaker essentially did its job. So that's not the hardest hit. Pot of Greed will come back down for Scrub. They're in a pretty good spot here advantage-wise. They're up +2, which is hopefully good. They're hoping that that's going to be enough if they can maintain that advantage, which a Trap Just Suit will be a 1-for-1 here. But more importantly, knowledge of the entire hand. We know there's a Serpent and 2 Thunder Dragons, and there's at least 2 other good cards here. Moth and Tribe. So what do you send back here? Maybe the Tribe? Magician of Faith's useless. Maybe the Serpent. Tribe or Serpent. They're both solid. So Tribe will get put back. We'll see if a monster gets set this turn. It's a little tricky. No Noblemans have been played. You don't have any spells for Magician of Faith. I would have to read Apprentice Magician. I haven't read the wording in a while. I assume it counts for Graveyard Banish, but actually, because you can DD Warrior Lady it and it still gets its ability, I'm not 100% who gets the search. Looks like July 2006, they updated a ruling on Apprentice Magician. Here is the metagame article about it. I'll put it in the chat if you guys want to look into that. Now, I'm not 100% that this is what GOAT Format's ruling will be based off of. The best thing to do is go into the judge room and ask. But I don't have the wording of Apprentice Magician in front of me. And, I missed a couple of important steps in this game. A BLS hit the table while I was looking for that. Let's see, so Breaker's going to come down. And we'll see if Breaker uses the counter. Solemn Judgment is destroyed. Breaker is going to swing into that face-down monster. It is a Deco to replace itself here. And we're going to see this Blackluster Soldier attempt to get busy. This is threatening 5,400 points of damage. So we're going to see Morrow go down to 36 here. And have 2 cards in hand. There were 2 Solemn Judgments set. I wonder if the third one might be face down. Could be a battle trap. Double dust shoot's gone. Morrow is going to have 3 cards to work with here to deal 4,000 damage. If one's a snatch steal and he can resolve that, that'd be great. This is likely another battle trap. And we're going to not risk a torrential tribute here and just go for game, and that is going to be a bluff. And just like that, Scrub Life has locked up another top 4 spot. Oh wow, BLS off the top there, huh? Let's see if Scrub will reveal a set bluff of mind control. So those double solemns were the kicker there. So congratulations to Morrow on their top 8 finish. Well played. Another Chaos Turbo-esque deck. Here we had the mirror. And congratulations to Scrub Life on making top 4. I think we have one more top 4 match. Let's see. We have top 8 match. We have MorpaDorp and HNVB, and they are in game 2 with MorpaDorp up 1-0. Magician of Faith will be summoned. That's going to get back a pretty awesome pot of greed if this is good. Target pot is good. Let's see, so pot of greed is going to hit this table. Alright, so we had a knock on some spies. They have 2 Thunder Dragons in their hand. MorpaDorp is going to draw up to 8 cards. We'll see if a Heavy Slump hits the table. Heavy Slump was one of the water decks also, Mr. Spicer, that you might have missed earlier. We definitely had yesterday somebody get Heavy Slumped on camera. A Solemn Judgment stopped the Heavy Slump, and then a second Heavy Slump was played after the Solemn resolved. So it was absolutely brutal. That was a fun one to watch yesterday. And Gula's, I'm not 100% on that. I do not know the invites yet. I'll be more well versed in that if I do this again. So we're in main phase 1 here. Gonna see what Morp can do. He's needing to think for a second. This is untimed. So he's just taking a little bit extra time to make sure that he knows exactly the sequence of plays he needs to make, considering all the possibilities of these face downs. There's likely some kind of a Dust Tornado, MST, Raigeki Break type card. Additionally, likely one Battle Trap, I would say. But you never know with only one trap dust shoot being revealed. It could literally be 3 Jar of Greeds face down. It's really hard to say. I used to be in Western Virginia, otherwise known as the state West Virginia, which is its own state, funny enough, thanks to, them not being on the wrong side of the Civil War. Google John Brown. He's a great American hero. But yes, I am in, not anymore. I was in West Virginia. So if my YouTube page says West Virginia, I just haven't updated it. I'm no longer there. Well, I might be moving back there soon, though. I'm in the process of moving. So I draw, no dust shoot. Oh, you're in the main Virginia. I see. Jar of Greed is going to hit the table for HNVB, who's going to draw up to 5 cards. And once again, it's 2 of which are Thunder Dragons, right? More than likely, unless they only grabbed 1, which we watched somebody do yesterday. And they weren't playing around Dust Shoot. I'm not sure they knew that they could get 2, even though it says. Mirror Force is going to stop that attack, or at least attempt to. We'll see if HN has anything for that. No dice on that, so that will stop the Kaiku in its tracks as HN goes to main phase 2. Still has not used a normal summoner set yet, so both of those are still open. Yeah, so where I was in West Virginia, Actually, it was pretty good. We had a decent goat following, funny enough. So I missed that because where I live now in Wisconsin, there's not a goat scene anywhere close to me. I have to go like an hour and a half, and I'm not doing that to play goat. I love goat, but I also prefer in person. Not I like online. I like online. I'm here doing this online for you all, but in person's a lot more fun for me. I like to see my friends and hang out with them after and before the tournaments. So that's why I'm very thankful that the Goat Grand Prix exist. And also, I get to see old people, no, old people, old friends that I haven't seen in a while, or people that I followed when I was learning how to play, essentially through like metagame.com. It's really cool to see those people and become friends with them and share some experience and honestly, some of the best games of Goat I've ever played, or just Yu-Gi-Oh in general. All right, so Duo is going to hit Thunder Dragon, and I missed the first one, Snatch Steal. So we know that there is one more Thunder Dragon in this three. MorpaDorp is looking pretty good card advantage wise. They are going to have a lot of cards in hand, a lot of cards in play. We are at a +4. They're going to tribute summon them off for a Thunder Dragon and just try to get in there for some damage, put them down to 5,000. This is a really weird one to like Sakuretsu or I guess Mirror Force, right? They still have both up. You don't really want to do that to a Thunder Dragon, but you know. Okay, so Pikatron's watching, which makes me think that they have not started top 4 and they are in fact waiting to start top 4 at the same time. So those of you that like Goat, I would suggest, if you could, join the Discord if you're not in the Discord. In the Discord, there's an event tab that tells you all the upcoming events. The next one we're going to do is Sunday. It's on a Sunday this time, February 16th. So what is that? The third Sunday in February, we're going to have a PWCQ. That is a tournament that qualifies you to play in the World Championships later this year. So if you win, you get a Worlds invite, and that is one of the prizes that most of the players in GOAT strive to earn. It is a very difficult process, a very difficult invite to obtain. But it's an incredible tournament, and that's going to happen once again February 16th at Central Time in the United States, 10 a.m. So that will be 11 a.m. for Eastern Standard or 5 p.m. for our European friends. Oh, thank you, Brad. I appreciate that. And I took your advice into consideration. I made the screen a little bit bigger. I can't make it too big. I'm going to rework the overlays at some point. But yeah, I appreciate the kind words. Thank you. Okay, so a Chaos Source is in play now. With a couple back row. We have HN back against the wall, trying to stay in this match. A Chaos card is definitely hitting play. It's the big one, BLS. If we don't have some Solemns here, no negate on the summon. All right, MorpaDorp says no priority. He's going in for the damage. 37, he needs 1,300. A Dekoichi would be lethal if no back rows can be chained or if he has a couple of Solemn Judgments here. We'll see what happens. Yeah, I fixed the... oh, wow! A Snatch Steal to take the Chaos Sorcerer. Still no Battle Traps activated, but this is not looking great. Yeah, I will... if I remember, I'll change it to top 4 after this. Worlds will be small this year. Yeah, it's... I don't know how many played in last year's or the year before, honestly. But I know it has been a very exclusive tournament. See if this is lethal. HNVB takes the first one, so a Sakuretsu Widespread Regeki Break on the BLS. Solemn Judgment hits the table. We'll see if that's enough. Solemn hits that. Solemn hit the side. He had double Solemn. Another Solemn Judgment. Unbelievable. And just like that, MorpaDorp locks their spot for the last spot in top 4. Congratulations to both players, H and VB. He got unlucky there a little bit with the double Solemn and the Snatch Steal sequence. This was an amazing game played by MorpaDorp. Well played to both. And we'll have top 4 starting very shortly. So I promised I would show Pikatron's deck, and here I'm going to. We talked about it. So this, I mean, the resolution's going to not be very good, but I'll make it a little bit bigger for you guys. So this is what Pikatron is playing. As we can see, it's just one giant rat. It's really a splash for these earth monsters. There's not very many of them, but it's enough that he gets to play Reinforcement of the Armies and have other ways to get these earth warriors out. We see just the single copy of Blade Knight, a single copy of Sork. So he does play a Chaos Sorcerer, but here is the interesting package: 11 trap cards, a couple Dust Tornadoes, a lot of jars. We have these, a single copy of Dust Shoot, and the big one, I really like Monkey. Monkey is a fun card, especially with people never playing enemy controller. So yeah, there's some interesting choices here on the side, but we will see Pikatron play against Dueling High in just a moment. As soon as they officially announce top 4, we will have Dueling High against Pikatron and Scrub Life against, let me pull it up over here, against MorpaDorp, who we just watched. We actually got to watch every match but Dueling High's last round, which was pretty cool. We'll see how this one goes. And we're going to go check out Dueling High and Pikatron for the top 4 match, which I need to update here. Top 444. No, that's 44,000. 444,000. Let's see. Yeah, the Pika list is very cool. Definitely innovative. You're going to see people playing it. And the Fungus Among Us list, it really is just like, he's also playing Triple Jar though, but it is just really the Abyss Soldier that is a little wonky. The side deck is interesting. It's a lot of spells and traps. I noticed this a lot online. In person, you have a lot more monsters typically in the Chaos Turbo lists. This is an interesting Turbo list though. We got a couple Book of Moons too. Yes, let's watch. Okay. Enemy Controller and Monkey. So Monkey, Berserk Gorilla says whenever he switched to defense position, he gets destroyed. And so it's just a little cheeky comment, like enemy controller, put it to defense to kill it. But no, I don't think people are going to start playing enemy controller for that reason. Just trying to be a little humorous. So we're going to kick off top 4 following Dueling High and Pikatron, who's going to T-set to start. Dueling High, I'm pretty sure, is on Warrior. So this set could be a handful of things. A Zlug, a Warrior Lady, a Spirit Reaper. People set Tribe and Kaiku a lot, I've found. So it's really hard to say what it is. Space is going to hit the space. And we'll see what Pikatron follows it up with. Maybe a giant rat. Could put the clock on. Nobleman plus Lily would be pretty good. Rhoda is going to grab likely level 2. And it was Don Zalug. Thunder Dragon will come down. So once again, he's already got his lights. He's good to go in that regard. 3 unknown cards and a Swordsman against a grip of 5 on this next turn. We'll see if any back row hit the table for Pikatron. And before he passes it back over to Dueling High. Yeah, Zumbira in the main is interesting. So we have a Blade Knight, I assume Ninja Grandmaster Sasuke, a Spirit Reaper, a Heavy Storm, and a... What is it? KY. Why don't I know this one off the top of my head? KY. What is that abbreviation? Why don't I know that one? Alright, chat, I need your help. What is KY when you abbreviate in Yu-Gi-Oh? I've never heard that one. Kaiku. Kaiku, it's Kaiku. Never mind, it's definitely Kaiku. Okay. Sorry, I was like, what's... Okay. So, Dueling High has a pretty good hand. I mean, it's monster heavy for sure, but summoning the Sasuke or the Blade Knight here, attacking is perfectly good. He has a Heavy Storm that will help out against any kind of background in the future, but it'll likely lead to some kind of a bluff on Pikatron's part, and obviously Dueling High, being the experienced seasoned vet that he is, will note that and likely hold the Heavy Storm until he's ready to attempt a kill shot, or at least do irreparable damage to Pikatron. So once again, thanks for everyone who's joining in. My name's Kenny. We're here in the top 4 of GOAT Format Championship 23. We have the undefeated Dueling High battling against Pikatron. Pikatron is playing a really cool deck. It's like a toolboxy earth deck with a lot of cool synergies. And Dueling High is playing a more seasoned version of Warrior with a little bit of innovation. The side deck and a couple of the main deck choices. So we'll see how this goes. This Dueling High is really hoping to make it to the finals of this tournament. Same as Pikatron, but for Dueling High, you know, an undefeated tournament would be an achievement in addition to winning the tournament. Not many can boast that they do that. We had 8 full rounds of Swiss with 140 players, and now we are down to the last 4. Our other match that's playing is Scrub for Life against MorpaDorp, and that one is also underway right now. We'll switch over to that one should this one end and that one is still being played. So we're going to have a couple of set monsters here. The Sasuke is opting to not attack blindly into sets. Dueling High definitely recognizes how easy it is for Warrior to often get rid of those set monsters and is in no rush to make the first move or force an attack or be overly aggressive. Well, yes, Pikatron gets to build up a wall. Basically, once Warrior finds the cards it needs, it starts going through, and everything I just said was undone by that attack, because that's how it goes. So Sangan will get its search here. I would assume Serpent, but maybe not. I mean, he plays Lily and Exiled Force and a bunch of other really cool cards to grab. So, while yes, the choice is often Sinister Serpent off Sangan, it's really hard to say what Pikatron will grab here. He has a lot of very cool options. DD Warrior Lady is going to be the card for Pikatron. Light and Dark is going to get banished for Pikatron. We'll see which one it is. It's going to be Sorcerer coming out in defense, and he's electing to use priority should it resolve, targeting the Ninja Grandmaster Sasuke. We'll see if it sticks here. It does, and that will get banished. Rat was set. Rat gets flipped and was going to attempt to connect for 14 here. I assume. Maybe not. I mean, he's playing Warrior, so, he could read this as a battle trap, which is a fair read. So he might not want to lose his Rat and just want to get it face up. That is an incredible torrential tribute. Hitting a DD Warrior Lady, a Sork, and a Giant Rat. That is an amazing torrential tribute by Dueling High. That's a +2. It's gonna be difficult to recover from that. Not impossible. Definitely not impossible. Spirit Reaper's gonna hit the table, and he's just going to get in there. Attempt to. Raigeki break. Hey, Spirit Reaper just did its job. It got rid of a back row and a card out of the hand. So actually, that was maybe best case scenario for Dueling High there. Excuse me. So Patron is working with 3 cards. Dueling High's 4. We know that he still has in hand Heavy Storm and Blade Knight. Blade Knight's likely to hit the table this turn. Oh, maybe not now. Pot of Greed's going to draw some cards. Don's Luke's gone, right? But a Premature Burial is very much in play. So we'll see if he gets a Premature Burial for the Don's Luke. Alright, so Blade Knight's over here at 2,000. No pre-mat on the Donnie. But a Call of the Haunted could be in play. Tribe will hit the table, and we'll see if priority is going to be had, or if Dueling High will negate. Alright, so Dueling High shortcuts the negation by just saying prio, insinuating that it does resolve. So we'll see Blade Knight get killed by the Tribe effect, who will try to connect for 1,600, and will be met with a Sakuretsu armor. And so now Patron is down to the final 2 cards in their hand, and right now, advantage-wise, it's very much in Dueling High's favor. That Torrential Tribute a couple turns ago was incredibly nasty. It cleared an entire board of monsters. As DD Warrior Lady will hit the table. 1,500 damage, putting Patron down to 3,600. No Call of the Haunted there, or at least this turn. Doesn't have lethal, so maybe it's not worth doing if Dueling High even has that. It's safe to assume there might be a Solemn Judgment face down. Snatch Steal coming down for DD Warrior Lady. Plenty of Lights and Darks in the Grave. Book of Moon will try to counter that Snatch Steal. It does. And once again, we are at 2 cards to now Dueling High's 5. A couple of back row here. DD Warrior Lady will probably get reflipped. Oh, that's right. The Heavy Storm is going to likely seal this game. If Dueling High has a Chaos Monster that is lethal, and he Solemn Judgments the Jar of Greed. So he just needs 2,100 points of damage. That's 2,000 with the Blade Knight. Does he have a normal summon monster for 100 or more points of damage? And he does have Exiled Force for lethal. So Dueling High wins the first game. As we're going to go into side decks for round 2. Let's see if we can pull up both of these. So this is Dueling High's deck. Once again, sorry if it's a little extra blurry. So cards that they're going to potentially bring in, Dueling High will likely bring in the Sakuretsu. The King Tiger is interesting. It does a couple of things in this match. Where it could stop Lily, it could stop Rat. But it's hard to say if they'll bring that in or if they're really holding that one for like the burn matchup. He does play a couple of warrior cards, so maybe the Cypher Soldier makes its way in. We'll see how that goes. Let's take a quick look at Pikatrons 2 and look what their sideboard strategy would look like. They have a copy of Kinetic or Cypher Soldier that will make it in. Maybe the Sook. Sook is pretty good against Warrior, so are the books. The Swords, the Smashing. I like all of these kind of cards against Warrior. But, you know, the strategy of this deck, it seems like other than cutting cards like Jar of Greeds, potentially, you know, like the Trap Dust Shoot's not great against Warrior. Maybe the Zumbira. Other than those cards, you know, it's a little hard to like mess with this, you know, chunk of monsters. So we'll see how this one goes after boarding or side decking. I'm used to there for a while. I played Magic for about 8 years, so it comes out sideboarding creatures, you know, spells. At least spell now is the same. Okay, so Dueling High had a little bit of a glitch there, but he's back. And for everybody watching, we're in top 4. At the moment, Dueling High is up 1-0. They are on a historic tear. They're currently 9-0 in this tournament, hoping to lock up a position in the finals. Pikatron is desperately wanting to win this game to stay alive in this tournament and force a game 3. Pikatron will start us off, and we'll see how things go in this one. These are untimed. We are in top 4, so you know we want these players to be able to have a full experience of the wonders that Yu-Gi-Oh can bring. And we'll see how things go here in this top 4 game 2 with Pikatron and Dueling High. A couple of back rows get set by Pikatron before passing it back over. We'll see how Dueling High opens. Don Zalug hitting the table, starting off aggressive. A Torrential Tribute's met. We'll see if he has a follow-up Premature Burial or anything. That is I mean, Don Zalug presents a big threat. That insinuates this isn't a Battle Trap and this is like a Jar of Greed. So it is a jar. So that is an important card to stop. Usually I don't think you would see a Torrential 1-for-1 with a Don Zalug. But we did. As we saw last game, Dueling High had a pretty good 3-monster Torrential Tribute shot in the last game. Ring of Destruction will meet this breaker, putting both players down to 6,400. Morp is up 1-0 against Scrub. Okay, thank you for the update on that, Lubu. Are you friends with Sao Sao and the other members of the Three Kingdoms? Guan Yu is my favorite, personally. Create the goat puzzles with more. Oh, okay. I just see Lubu, and that's what I think of as the Three Kingdoms. So Heavy Storm's going to come down to try to clear these 2 back row. Well, this is a pretty... If this resolves, Solon is going to hit the table. What is that? Is Pot of Greed and Grace War played by Pikatron. He has 5 cards to Dueling High's 3. So right now, Pikatron is looking to be in a good position. Kaiku hits play. That is a strong monster. Dueling High jesting with a stop it. We'll see. Oh, yeah, you're not wrong. Summon Breaker. At first I thought this was just a jest. I looked away for a half second reading the chat and missed the Breaker summon. Okay, so Dueling High is going to draw. We'll see what he can do with his 4 total cards here. $64-32 in favor of Pikatron in this game 2. Dueling High is currently up 1-0 and sets a monster and passes it back over to Pika. Grabs the Serpent back. As Monkey comes down, he brought Monkey in. I like it. Berserk Gorilla has to attack. He hits a Spy, which will activate, grab its twin out of the deck, and go into main phase 2. We'll probably see no back row set. Oh, wow. So what does he have in the hand? A lot of Chaos Monsters, maybe. Dueling High is certainly going to pick up on that and see what he can do. A Snatch Steal here would be a lot of damage. Snatch Steal on a monster might be lethal. What is that? 44 with a Blade Knight Snatch Steal? That is lethal. We'll see if that is the play. Welcome, Allison. Let's go. It's GOAT time. We are watching the top 4 match between Dueling High and Patron. Alright, another monster is going to be set in another back row. We are going to see 7 cards in Patron's hand, one of which we know is a Sinister Serpent. And we'll see what he can do with this Berserk Gorilla. As he stares down a couple of Gravekeeper Spies and a set monster and 2 set back row. Now, it's important to note that Berserk Gorilla has to attack. It cannot opt to not. And Dueling High will clear it out of the way with a DD Warrior Lady before setting a monster, a back row, and passing it back over. So with priority in main phase 1, we'll see what Dueling High does. Breaker's going to hit the table, and Breaker will likely hit that back row, which will Dust Tornado Chain, hitting a Call of the Haunted, a great hit there. That could have potentially presented lethal. Oh, no, it couldn't have. Never mind, ignore I said that. So Dueling High is going to get on the aggression here. Breaker into the set will be a Giant Rat, and that's probably going to grab, what, Lily? Just because nothing can get over her. And Ring of Destruction's gone. Alright, we're going to go to the end phase, and we're going to see an Injection Fairy Lily on Patron's side of the table. Heavy Storm is gone, so we don't have to... Dueling High doesn't have to worry about that hitting play. We'll see if anything else hits the table to clear out some of these back row, to maybe push a potential with another monster. Lethal swing from Injection Fairy Lily. No lights this game for Patron, so even though they play Rat, they are playing a lot of the Chaos cards. They're playing the Thunder Dragons and the Sorks. Now this game, we see they brought in Berserk Gorilla. It's hard to say what was cut for that. Oh yeah, we do know one is Kaiku. And we are going... They're going to be aggressive. Patron is going to swing here. Or at least fake everybody out by entering battle phase. So maybe they choose not to. No, they do. We'll see if Dueling High has anything. Sakuretsu will hit the Injection Fairy Lily, and he was maybe debating on not losing cards to the Kaiku, the Donzalug in the graveyard anyways. But Kaiku will connect, dealing 600 and banishing that Donzalug. Main phase 2, we're going to see Patron maybe set a back row and pass. Then again, he might just pass. Smashing Ground will kill the Spy. Great card to have there. Patron is doing his best back against the wall to stay in this match. He needs to win this one to avoid elimination. A back row is set before passing it over. As I will have to be right back. I just heard a knock. Alright, sorry about that. Well, I came back to Dueling High starting off our third game with a pot of greed. There were definitely worse starts. We're in standby. No dust shoot yet. Reinforcement, that's Rhoda, right? Still not entirely used to those. So Rhoda is going to hit the table, grabbing an Exiled Force. Followed by a Graceful. It's an interesting sequence. Well, at one point you don't want to... You want to thin your deck out. The other point is you could just naturally draw the Exiled and still have the Rhoda for another warrior. So double Book of Moon getting discarded here by Pika. Exiled will hit the table, and if it resolves, it will clear out that Spirit Reaper. Good card to hit there. Swords is going to hit play. A single back row followed by a pass. Dust will hit the newly set Speller Trap, which was a dust. Donzalug will hit the table. Space Typhoon's going to come down to clear out that Swords, and we are going to see Donzalug hit for 14 and discard... Hit for 100. No, hit for 14 and discard a card randomly. We're going to see Dueling High playing it safe and asking if they're going to shuffle their hand or not. So some people, I've had this happen against me. I play a duo and pick a card, and then somebody shuffles their hand and said, you didn't let me shuffle. And I'm like, okay. So it's better to be proactive. Huge hit. He hit Monkey with that. Right now, with a 3-card advantage, Dueling High is in the driver's seat, and his foot is on the pedal, and he has a heavy lead foot. Pika is playing a very awesome deck, and they are facing an uphill battle right now. We'll see if they can claw their way out of this one. As they do summon another Berserk Gorilla, we're going to see if they go directly into... Oh, a Premat's going to bring out the other monkey, I bet. What's the other options in there? Yeah, other monkey. And we're going to see if they run into a Mirror Force or if they run over into Donzalug. Oh, that's a lot of damage this turn. That's 2,600 total, putting Dueling High down to 54. Monkey, double monkey. There are things that you don't want to see, and there are things you do want to see. I want to see double monkey. Oh my gosh! And the tribe infecting virus to clear the monkeys out. Oh my gosh. Call of the Honda to bring back the Donzalug to clear the last card out of Pikatron's hand. Right now, Pikatron will be top decking. No Blackluster Soldier will be live. A Pot of Greed is his best hope here. And the runner. We will see. My name is Kenny. I'm not JDZ, as you can tell. But I'm here as a substitute. And yeah, we are watching a thrilling game. Top decks back-to-back. That does give Pika a light. Just not the dark he needs. So if he drew the Blackluster Soldier there, it's a very unfortunate draw. What a good card to draw. A Blade Knight. It's just top deck after top deck. We'll see if Dueling High has a back row that can protect his monsters. And he does. And that is it. Dueling High is moving on to the finals with a 10-0 record. Absolutely. Just on an absolute tear. Dueling High is the duelist to beat in this one. Pikatron, congratulations on your top 4 finish. That is also incredibly well played. This match, your deck list, if you watch this, is primo. Very happy to see that in top 4. Here's my... I am his substitute. That's pretty good. Yeah, congratulations to both players. Dueling High, good luck in the finals. And we will see if MorpaDorp's game is still going. We'll see here. It is, so we still get a little bit of top 4 to watch. Right now, MorpaDorp is up 1-0. In this game, it looks card advantage-wise pretty similar. Just MorpaDorp is at a lower life total, but once again, most of the time that's just a resource. He is in range of, well, Not a Ring of Destruction from Scrub Life, but he would be in ring range for a lot of, Chaos Orc or the BLS here, but he doesn't have to worry about it. Mirror Force is also gone, which is huge. But looks like both of the draw spells are still up for Scrub, and a lot of cards still up for Morp. But that was double Dust Shoot. Wow. Yeah, and they both look like they resolved. So we'll see how this one goes. Morp is in an interesting position. They're in the draw phase at the moment, and I don't know whose turn it is unless this is blue for Morp and it turns red for Scrub. I've never paid attention to that. I don't know if there's an easy way to tell. I'm still sort of new to Dueling Book, but I'm not new at all to GOAT format or Yu-Gi-Oh! I play nearly exclusively in person. So those of you that don't know me, I'm in Discord as Kenny Hughes. That's my name. I'm not very original in making up usernames. So hope you enjoy watching the stream. Now we are watching the final top 4 match before we go into the finals. And Dueling High, who is 10-0 so far in this tournament, is in the finals, locked in, playing Warrior. MorpaDorp is in the Think Tank, so it is MorpaDorp's turn, it looks like, as he is trying to concoct a way to maybe win this game right here, or at the very least, survive a couple more turns. Yeah, Lubu, I'm happy to stream today. I'm happy that I was given the opportunity, and it's going well on my end. I hope people enjoy it, and maybe in the future I can do some more of these. And those of you that aren't subscribed to the YouTube channel, now's a good time. We'll be live streaming future GOAT tournaments. I believe the next one will be February 16th, so mark your calendars for that. It's a Sunday. It's a PWCQ, which awards a World's Invite. As Heavy Storm's going to come down from MorpaDorp. He did some math in his head. Solemn Judgment will meet that, putting Scrub Life to 2550. And so now both players are within a potential draw to a Ring of Destruction on a BLS. And we're going to have a duo hit the table, clear out those last 2 cards in hand, which are Thunder Dragon and Chaos Orc. And a monster will be set for MorpaDorp as he passes back to Scrub, who will draw for turn with a Sangan in play and a couple back row. Draws a Tribe Infecting Virus. The Nobleman will be flipped for Scrub, and we'll see if that is enough to force a 3rd game in this match. Serpent does get annihilated. Tribe attempts to attack for game. Raigeki Break will hit the Tribe. Sangan will connect, putting Morp to 200. And we'll see if Morp gets another turn. So, Morp is still alive in this tournament. Sets a monster and passes. The next event I do, I'll switch the tie. I'll switch from blue to like maybe a nice black, or I think I have like a cool green one. We'll see. Alright, so monster set on both ends. Sangan goes to defense. We're looking at 200 to 2550. MorpaDorp is doing their best to lock this one up, find their spot in top 2, but Scrub is holding on for dear life, trying to force a game 3. They're in a pretty good spot. Card advantage is the same, but in this, with the life total so low, now life is becoming less of a resource and more of a just a what do you expect life to be. All right. Night Assailant will flip and hit the new one. Killed its brother. Spy normal summoned. Spy is going to attack and flip Tsukuyomi, which will target itself, I assume. Yeah. And pass it back over. So right now, Morp is looking for light monsters. Yeah, Scrub is just looking for a shot to deal 200. We have a face down Tsukuyomi and a bunch of weenies in play. He drew the Thunder Dragon. All right, we'll see if Morp just if Morp has a Chaos monster, and two if Morp just goes for it. If it's Blackluster Soldier, I feel like you almost have to just try to attack over the Night Assailant here. Then again, maybe this Sook tributes for a Thunder Dragon here. It's really hard to say. We'll see what they come up with. Oh, Chaos Orc over this is 21, not 23.50. So maybe he still summons Chaos Orc and just banishes Sangin this turn, maybe? I don't know what this set is, right? We don't know. We did join this very late. Once again, Scrub is trying to... Oh, well, hold on. Maybe MorpaDorp does have lethal this turn. See, so if he flips this, sets this, that'd be 9 over here. Chaos Orc would be 11 here. So that's 2,000. Here it'd be 21. Okay, so that would be lethal. That presents 2,400 points of damage. We'll see what this set is. Snatch Steal, and just like that, MorpaDorp has made it to the finals of this tournament. What a play there at the end to see that line of play, to sequence those cards correctly. It's absolutely amazing when you see that happen. Congratulations to Scrub Life on your top 4 finish. Absolutely amazing showing on your end. MorpaDorp moves on to the finals against Dueling High. And we are going to have, well, the age-old Chaos Turbo versus Warrior in the finals of this GOAT format championship. And we'll see who can take the crown home, as MorpaDorp is really hoping to be the one person in this tournament that can get Dueling High beaten. Dueling High has been on an absolute tear, as we're going to go into the finals here. I'll call it the grand finals, right? Why not? We are going to be in there very soon. Let me update the finals. So as you guys can see, I had to create a new button here. I don't know what to call it, another overlay, because I made an uneditable round 1 yesterday. So yesterday it was round 1 for every single round. Now we're in the finals, so we will be watching that game very shortly, I would have to imagine. We'll see if they need a couple of minutes just to get some water, use the restroom, whatever they need, but very soon they will be starting it up. JDZ looks different. I do. Yeah, no. I'm my name's Kenny. I'm just here as a substitute or substitute for JDZ today, and yeah, I'm very, very thankful to be here, and I'm hoping that things go well for the last round of this tournament. We've already done what is it? How many rounds have we done? 8 plus top 8, top 4, so 10 rounds I've streamed. So this will be my 11th round, my 11th hour. We're going to see if Dueling High can successfully pull off the undefeated GFC string, or if MorpaDorp can finally stop him in his tracks. It's going to be an exciting final match, best of 3 to decide who becomes the champion. It's Warrior via Dueling High versus Chaos Turbo via MorpaDorp. So congratulations to both finalists, and congratulations to the entire top 8 that made it, and the top 4 players, Patron and Scrub for Life. You all had an excellent showing, and we are excited to see this finals start here shortly. Looks like MorpaDorp is typing. Um, I think it's 4. I don't want to say that because I was spreading misinformation earlier, so I have to verify here. Okay, so it looks like the players are agreeing on a split of the prizing for the finals, or at least attempting to if it's allowed. Which waiting on the judges to confirm that. That's up to them, not me, and it's not up to them. It's up to they both have said that they accept the split. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that it's 4 because it's 4 every 32. But this might be different, and I'm new to this part of the internet goat community, so I don't want to assume I know what the prizes are and then say them and then it's incorrect, as I accidentally announced the wrong top 8 earlier because I didn't realize that you use a different program to determine those things. So we are just waiting on. It looks like the prize split was confirmed, and now they are going to play for the glory, I assume. So let me see if I can pull up their deck list in the meantime. Give me just 1 second. So first we're going to look at Morp's deck over here. Morp is just playing what looks like, he's playing the triple deco, triple spy, but he is just playing a very traditional Chaos Turbo. We have a couple of the jars, electing for Raigeki Breaks instead, the full set of Dust Shoots, which are not that great against Warrior, but it's a very easy card to side out. I feel like I'm about to sneeze, so I'm going to get a tissue ready. And then the side is pretty traditional. You have, I don't know if we'll bring in the Solemns against Warrior, but probably this whole set of traps are likely coming in, and maybe some of the Zombiras. We'll see how that goes when the time comes. So let's take a look at Dueling High's undefeated list. At the moment, undefeated. So Dueling High is rocking, once again, a very traditional Warrior deck. He's electing to play Spirit Reaper. That's really the spice on that one. And the side deck is filled with monsters to maybe change it up a little bit and counter side for those that side for Warrior. Scrub was also playing. I can pull Scrub's list up too. Wait a minute. Let's see here. So this is Scrub's list, who made top 4. Singleton of the Jar Greed. That's really the only actually just 2 of the Trap Dust Shoots too. He's also electing to play 21 monsters, with the 21st monster being the Kaiku here. That's the one that I would say is the wild card. I feel like 20 and the 20 monsters, 20 spells, traps are pretty stock across the board for Chaos Turbo. And the side deck was also pretty stock. You see common cards like Mind Controls and Swords, along with the full set of Sakuretsus. So we'll see if... let me make sure that they haven't started yet. Oh, they have. Okay, so let's get in here just in time to start this one. We are here in the grand finals of the GFC 23. We have MorpaDorp playing its Dueling High. Dueling High is currently on a 10-0 win streak. They are really trying to hammer down an undefeated GFC today. Meanwhile, MorpaDorp is vying for that title themselves, playing incredibly well. We watched a victory last game that came down to literally taking like 30 seconds to make sure that the math was correct on their end before they did all the sequencing they needed to do. They read Face Down Speller Trap as a bluff, and they were correct. So here we are, starting it off, and coming out of the box, probably as aggressive as ever, is going to be Dueling High. We'll see if Dueling High starts with Pot of Greed, just like in the last match. So already, Dueling High is up to a nice little bit of advantage here. Following it up with a Graceful Charity. We'll see if that can get him the full trinity here in the first 11 cards. Alright, so after that, we're going to have a few back row set, maybe a monster. Dueling High is a big fan of setting cards like... No, not setting cards here, but as you can see, he already has the Light and Darks in the grave, and in the draw phase, standby phase, he will activate that Dust Shoot. We'll see if Dueling High is kind enough to type out the hand for us. Yeah, this one is going to be a difficult one for MorpaDorp. But then again, MorpaDorp might have, Thunder Dragon, Pot of Greed, Graceful in their hand. We'll see. We'll see how this one goes. So he does have Graceful, Chaos Sorcerer, Tribe, Spy, Deco, and Dust Shoot. Okay, so there would be a Dust Shoot that in theory would hit 4 cards. Tribe is going to be sent back, and we're still going to have Spy, Deco, Graceful, Sork, and Dust Shoot. So Tribe coming into play, back on top, shuffle, shuffle, and we're going to continue into main phase 1. We'll see if he just rifles off the Graceful, or might hold it in hopes of drawing a Serpent or a Thunder Dragon. We'll see how this one goes. He might just set Shoot and Deco and pass. Or Spy and Dust Shoot, I guess. Both would be fine. Then again, he might just rifle or, run the Graceful out there. It's a little difficult, I feel, for Chaos Turbo to run those out when you don't have Thunder Dragons or Serpents. It's okay to discard other cards, but it's not optimal, right? So we are just going to see a T-set pass, and we'll see if there's a Dust Tornado or Space Typhoon to meet this. He's holding Prio, so he has a Space Typhoon, or just enough, just to troll a little bit. Dueling High, so he's passing priority after holding priority to send back a Mystic Swordsman level 2. Well, I'm sure we'll see the hand typed out here, hopefully. So Knock, Preemie, and a Solemn. Oh wow, that is pretty good. He has a Kaiku, right? So that Kaiku might hit play. The Tribe is gone, so he has a Spy. That was the Deco set, so he did set Dust Shoot and Deco on that first turn. So he has a Sork, a Graceful, and a Spy. So this Graceful is certainly hitting the table this next turn. But there might be some pressure with his Premature Burial. Just run it out there. Like he's forcing him to, you must draw off this Graceful. I still have Sasuke. Sasuke makes more sense than the Kaiku because of the Spies. This will clear both Spies next turn should he need it. Call the Haunted on the Kaiku too. Wow, this is a lot of damage. All right, he is putting him on a clock. We'll see how this one goes, but Dueling High, his foot is on the gas, as I said. He wants it. He can feel it's close. He really needs this this undefeated run here to continue. If he has a Solemn, it is Solemn on the Graceful. I usually say don't Solemn draw spells, but here maybe you do. I don't know. Like, there's an unknown card, but okay, so a Dust Shoot. Dust Shoot is absolutely devastating. It has to be Spy. Maybe not. Maybe he drew something like Thunder Dragon. Thunder Dragon would be the pick otherwise. So it was Spy. We don't know what the unknown card is, but I'm sure we'll see something here. If this is a Graceful and he has Solemn, that is it. That's going to be it. He knows. So right now, Dueling High is already up 1-0. If he gets this next one, he wins the tournament. This is an exciting game, too, that we're about to see. Once again, we're going to pull up their deck list very quickly, starting with MorpaDorp. MorpaDorp is going to want to definitely bring in these Sakuretsus and like maybe this Dust Tornado for sure. I think there's arguments for the Zambiras and the Solemns. Just finding the cuts is the big one, which there are plenty of cuts. But once again, if we look, and these are accessed publicly, so they both know what they're going to be bringing in, Dueling High has these Spies that he's been bringing in against Turbo. So maybe he takes out some of these cards that are worse against Sakuretsu and just brings in these advantageous cards like Gravekeeper Spy to stay ahead, with cards like Mobius maybe to clear out those Sakuretsus he's expecting. So we'll see how this one goes as we're in the grand finals. I saw Pot Grace and it was like, all good, he can have game 1. Yeah, Dueling High's opening hand was incredible. So yeah, an absolute just pretty one-sided victory in game 1 for Dueling High. Holding the Trap Dust Shoot there was exceptional. Makes you want to play warrior. You can't. You have to play burn. We all know Wolf plays burn, so you got to keep doing it. Proxy Head, welcome back. Welcome back. We're here in the finals of the GFC 23. And really quick, while we have this, I'm going to show you guys the upcoming events that have been announced on GOAT format. We have a couple here. We have the PWCQ coming up February 16th. If you are in Onsenbroek, you can also play February 22nd in person in a GOAT Grand Prix. These are very fun events, and they do award Worlds invites. Then in March, we have another PWCQ along with April and May. These events have been announced. We will have some additional GGPs being announced very soon, and I'm sure another GFC at some point shortly. So right now we're going to start things off with MorpaDorp in Game 2. Bryce's baby. Yeah, Bryce is a master warrior duelist, and he is an innovator of playing Magic Drain in person to success, top-8ing GGP Orlando, which at the time I believe was the most attended GOAT Grand Prix. There's a chance that Seattle was. It was one or the other. But either way, an excellent performance on his part, and that was a hard top 8. Insidious, AJTBLS, Alvarado were in it, Lucas was in it, and I'm sure there's other people I'm forgetting that were in it. So not disrespecting, I just don't remember everybody, as we are going to see a pretty strong start from Dueling High in response to that single back row. 3 set and a monster. This is like 3 men in a trench coat. We're going to draw up to 6 for MorpaDorp. And priority is passed. Upstart Goblin will hit the table. 9,000 life points. Okay. So working with 6, MorpaDorp is finding a way, concocting right now. The gears are turning to find a way to stay in this match, try their best to force a Game 3, and stop Dueling High. We're going to see a Heavy Storm hit play. We'll see if this one resolves. He's going to pay half his life and Solemn Judgment that, and that is just negated. Not manifestation. Graham Barrett manifestation. Let's see. So the Heavy Storm meta Solemn. We still have 2 back row on Dueling High's end. It's 5 cards to 6 and a slight advantage for MorpaDorp here. A monster will be set along with another back row, a couple of back row, and he'll pass it back over. This might be a Magician of Faith just to get back that Heavy Storm, which is pretty good against Warrior, multiple Heavy Storms. Oh, a level 2 is going to hit the table, and that is definitely going to attempt to attack here. See if some Sakuretsus were brought in. They were. Okay, so Sakuretsu meets the level 2 and stops it. We're going to see a Call the Haunted from Dueling High target that level 2, and he's going to try again. And if at worst, he's going to beat through the back rows here and do his best to stop this monster from happening. Another Sakuretsu armor is going to hit the table, and that will clear off the level 2 for good. As Dueling High passes back with a single back row and a single monster. The game state's a lot more simple now, 4 cards on each end, with MorpaDorp getting his 5th. The only thing that would have been perfect is a knock after all that ennoblement on the face down. We'll see how MorpaDorp reacts to this now pretty manageable life total, 4,500. That's a possibility of, one-shotting somebody in Turbo. Upstart use it. Interesting. I do... Well, you don't have to move it. I like that you did, though. You told him. So he draws a card off the Upstart. I do think there is an argument there. Even with the double back row, grabbing the Heavy Storm, just to... because of how many back row that Warrior plays, it's good to be able to clear everything out as he flips up a duo that was set. Absolutely good. Getting Chaos out of Dueling High's hand, a Kaiku and a DD Warrior Lady. So right now it's looking in favor of MorpaDorp in this game. Dueling High is on a tear though, and he has the heart of the cards. We'll see if he can turn it around with a draw. Right now we're going to see a Tribe connect to this face down, and if it's a Spy, like I expect, this tribe is going to hit a couple of them. Then again, Dueling High does have a back row, could have a battle trap. We'll see what happens on this attack. It is a battle trap, so that to me says that this is a Gravekeeper Spy, or it's maybe a Kaiku tribe. Because people do set those in the warrior match, especially. We'll see in a moment, though. I have a feeling. Rhoda comes down for Dueling High. Pretty good top deck. There are certainly worse ones. We're going to see if he just gets a Blade Knight. Maybe a Donzalug. Yeah, Donzalug. Force the discard. Force the activation of a battle trap. Right now, he's just seeing reinforcement of the army, potentially as a MST here. Or hopefully better in his case, get 2 cards for this one Donzalug would be nice. So right now, there's no lights and darks in MorpaDorp's grave, so they're not protecting a BLS or a Sork very well, even with the Magician dying. So we'll see if they just let this go through. It looks like it goes through, and that will discard the card in the hand. Oh, it was a Serpent. Okay, so that's not very important to hit. Of course, the damage isn't great. You don't want to take damage if you can help it, but top decking a Thunder Dragon. So he has Thunder Dragon, Serpent at the moment. We might see a set monster here, and we might see this one get flipped, especially if he draws Heavy Storm. This is going to get flipped. I have a feeling this is Spy. Okay, so he's just going to clear the Serpent, set a back row, and pass. Once again, Serpent to hand. Those of you just joining, we're in the grand finals of the GFC 23. My name is Kenny. I'm not JDZ, no matter how much you want me to be. And we are in game 2. Right now, Dueling High is up 1-0 with their foot on the pedal, trying to lock down their place as GFC 23 champion with an undefeated run. Meanwhile, MorpaDorp is doing their best to secure this game and force a game 3 so that they have a chance at the crown. And right now we're in the middle of it, and it's very exciting to say the least. We have a Donzalug attempt to attack this Serpent again, just to keep it going so he can't tribute or do anything special. You want to keep that the card advantage to a minimum. Serpent already generates so much just by being, without banishing, an indestructible wall of sorts, especially against one monster. Upstart Goblin hits the table. Dueling High back at 65. And we have another back row. Right now, it almost looks like MorpaDorp's playing Warrior, and his opponent's playing Chaos Turbo based on the back rows here. We're going to see Don clear that Serpent. Another monster gets set. Pass. We'll see if anything happens in phase. Which, Raigeki Break, I can't imagine happens, just because you have the standby phase Serpent. So I'm not sure what they were thinking. Maybe a Dust Tornado, but it's a little awkward to do Dust Tornado on those at this point. They've already been alive for so long, both of Dueling High's back row. Jar of Greed will be flipped. So MorpaDorp's rocking with 9 total cards against 6 on Dueling High's end. We know Serpent is one of them. And did he Thunder Dragon this game? He did. So there are a couple of Thunder Dragons in there. Be sure to like, subscribe, all of that fun stuff if you like what you see. If you don't like what you see, I apologize, but you should still like and subscribe because we're worth it. A monster will be set by MorpaDorp and a back row before passing it back. This is a bit of a stall game, and MorpaDorp is working the Sinister Serpent very well. The Serpent has essentially eaten 3 hits from the Donzalug now, maybe 4. Another back row will be set by Dueling High, and we're going to go into standby, adding that Serpent back on MorpaDorp's end. 4 back row are facing down this this warrior deck piloted by Dueling High. as we have 6 cards in MorpaDorp's hand, 3 of which we know, 2 Thunder Dragons and a Sinister Serpent. So even with the unknown cards, it's 7-7. These are untimed finals, so you are going to occasionally see players take a little extra time to think, and it's very important because now the sequencing, it can cost them a title, right? So you want to be as perfect as possible, and in order to play as perfectly as possible, sometimes you just have to, take an extra moment to think. And so right here, Dueling High plays a Blade Knight off the top, 2,000. Start a battle phase. Do we have a Threatening Roar? Space Typhoon, okay. Space Typhoon hits a Mirror Force. Okay, he just wanted to shotgun off a Space Typhoon. Okay, hey, you did it. So the Blade Knight's going to attempt to attack. We have a Mirror Force hit play. And that's probably a fine Mirror Force. I mean, you could stop it. It puts another set of Chaos in your graveyard. I think it already has one, right? Yeah, so this would be a second set of Chaos in the yard. Additionally, you're not really hitting much. Like, even if the Don's Elude connected, what is it going to do? Discard maybe a Thunder Dragon, which is enough. I mean, you don't want your opponent to have cards in hand. So he is going to Solemn it. And this is where Dueling High is a better Warrior player than I will ever be, because he can make those calls and understand that he's in a position where this Solemn is pretty good. Now his Mirror Force is gone. He's already used, I believe, 2 Sakuretsu armors. Yeah, and so what else could he possibly have? Raigeki Break another Saku? Will he have some Solemn Judgments? Yeah, you could do that to preemptively hit a Solemn. The issue is you have a 33% chance to do it, right, on one of the 3 cards. And then that's if any of them are Solemn. Maybe there's multiple Solemns and it's 100%er, but I don't know. I wasn't a super big fan of that space. Not saying that it was incorrect. I have no idea if it was or wasn't. Alright, we're going to see what happens after the Solemn resolves. Then again, MorpaDorp might Solemn back. And then that would be an interesting exchange here, which he does. So 29.50 to 32.50. So now Dueling High is slightly ahead. Ring of Destruction BLS now wins the game for Dueling High if it resolves, which, as we can see, there's a bunch of Solemn Judgments hitting the table. So it's really hard to say what will happen. Another back row is set, and Dueling High is likely going to just pass this one back over. He might flip one of these monsters, but he does not. So we know that there are 2 Thunder Dragons, right? 2 Thunder Dragons in MorpaDorp's hand, and 3 unknowns, assuming that is a Sinister Serpent in play. Jar of Greed will be flipped. MorpaDorp will draw. Graceful is going to hit the table. That's a pretty good Graceful here. So things are looking a lot better for MorpaDorp now. He still has to break through 2 back row and who knows what face down. So he's not out of the woods yet, but it's looking a little bit better now for MorpaDorp, who was already looking good, but that last turn, things started to maybe take a turn for Dueling High there. And right now, Dueling High is up 1-0 in this match. So MorpaDorp back against the wall, must win. We'll see if they can extend this to a 3rd game as they think for a second on what to discard. I assume at least one will be Thunder Dragon, but maybe not. Maybe he needs lights. Or, darks. He might do double dark here. If he has like a Spy Deco or double Spy Night, well, maybe not Night Assailant, but so Spy Thunder Dragon hits the graveyard here. Alright, so no Dust Shoot on Resolution. It's good that these players are mindful and remember to ask those questions. A monster gets set for MorpaDorp, an additional back row before passing, and Dueling High is going to draw. So Dueling High passes it back over. MorpaDorp is now thinking. So we're going to have a Magician of Faith target Heavy Storm. Dueling High okays. And I'm assuming that this turn this Heavy Storm is going to hit the table. Alright, this Heavy Storm resolves. Ring of Destruction gone. So a Nobleman BLS might be enough. We have at least one set of Light and Darks. I think that's it though. It's Chaos Sork. Okay, so Sork is going to swing in on the first one, hit Reaper. And that's going to probably shut down this attack. Maybe the Magician will also attack the Reaper for funsies. But there's not much else that now Warp can do. Except for that. Sook setting him off, set 2 back row is pretty good in this position. We know that this is a Sinister Serpent now. And there is a Thunder Dragon Serp in... or Thunder Dragon and Tsukuyomi in MorpaDorp's hand. So Raigeki Break would be pretty good here. It gets rid of a Thunder Dragon. He has a way to handle the Reaper with Chaos Sork. So right now, Dueling High might just be getting information with this discard. Okay, so Raigeki Break will meet the Kinetic Soldier. He lost a Sakuretsu and a Snatch Steal. So Magician of Faith didn't get flipped. I guess that's fair. What do you grab? Another heavy? Yeah. We'll see what happens here. Dust Tornado will clear the back row, which was another Solemn. Sork will attempt to attack that set, which is the Tribe there. So Warrior is top decking. He's desperately needing like a pot of greed, honestly. Otherwise, this one might be just about over. There is light and dark, though. A couple lights and darks here in the graveyard. So potentially, you know, a BLS drawn by Dueling High might be enough. Banish the Sork and hope that that doesn't. Yeah. So either way, we're going to go to Game 3. That was a pretty difficult one for Dueling High to come back from. I'm not sure that there was a line of play there other than like draw ring, BLS, and hope that they didn't have anything face down. So here we are. We're going to Game 3, the final match. The final game in the final match of the final round of this tournament. We're very thankful for everyone tuning in. I appreciate you all. Make sure that if you like what you see, you subscribe to the YouTube channel, you like this live, and let us know in Discord how we do. Those kind of comments are very helpful. If there are tip suggestions that you guys want, just leave them in there and we'll be able to see them. Additionally, you could comment them here, but it's a little long lasting if you put them there. Let's see. Yeah, Dueling Book has kirked out a little bit for Dueling High twice now, just where he's not able to side because of the glitching. Yesterday we saw a Reasoning put a Jinzo in the graveyard and summon a Jinzo in play, and so there were 2 Jinzos on the table at once. So Dueling Book is far from perfect, but we are thankful that we have something to play on because there's not a lot out there to play GOAT format on, other than maybe webcam duels. So we'll see what happens here in the final game. Dueling High is going to start us off almost certainly, and we'll see if MorpaDorp can hold him down and stop the undefeated menace, or if that Dueling High fella is going to pull through with his warrior deck and go undefeated in this tournament. And Dueling High is going to the restroom. So in that interim, we're going to look really quick and see the other finishers here. We had Dueling High in the top 8 play against Ghost Rider, who got in at 6-2 in the 8th place. Then we had Scrub for Life finish 2nd, play against Morrow, who came in 7th. And then we had HNVB play MorpaDorp, who got that one, of course, here in the finals. And then finally, we had Patron against Fungus Among Us. Patron was playing a very cool deck in this tournament. Not saying the other players weren't, because they were. But Patron was playing Blackluster Soldier, Giant Rat, Injection Fairy Lily, Chaos Sorcerer, Thunder Dragons, a bunch of cool back rows. It was an awesome match. And we narrowly missed Ricksaw making top 8, playing Gearfried the Iron Knight with Blast with Chain. So we were very close for that. He was 6-1 going into the last round and just missed it to HNVB, if I remember correctly. All right. So here we are. Dueling High is back and ready to battle, as they both just look over their main decks, look over their side decks, want to make sure everything is where it should be. Once again, the winner of this, the way that they get there is sequencing correctly, and of course playing as perfectly as possible. At this high of level, the slightest misplay can cost you a match, and so both players are going to make sure to slow it down, bring it to their level, and really, think out all of the sequences that they need to do to capture this win. In Dueling High, if history tells us anything, he will be playing first, and more than likely he will be Pot of Greeding on turn 1. We saw Dueling High draw Pot of Greed a decent amount on turn 1, which, there are a lot of good things to do in Yu-Gi-Oh! And bad things to do, and it turns out Pot of Greed on turn 1 is one of the better things to do. We'll see if he can do it again, or if MorpaDorp can get a little bit of the lucky and be able to Pot of Greed on their first turn as well. All right, let's see what Dueling High does to kick us off in this Game 3 of the finals, as both of these players are, doing their best to win this championship today. So Graceful's going to come down, so not a Pot of Greed yet, but a pretty good one. We'll see what gets discarded here. We haven't seen Nobleman of Crossout in this match yet. Actually, we haven't seen a lot of Nobleman of Crossouts in this tournament. They're playing them, of course. Oh, that's true. It is just Chaos Warrior with those two. That's right. I think he was also playing Raigeki Break, that I would say you don't traditionally see in the Warrior deck. But maybe where it's like the Chaos Warrior deck. Okay, I missed the discard though. So Kaiku and Heavy Storm. Heavy Storm being gone is an interesting one. That must speak to the strength of Dueling High's hand. Likely a lot of back row here, and doesn't want to... doesn't need the heavy. Dust Shoot's going to get flipped. Spy, Sakuretsu Duo Snatch. Well, Thunder Dragon's going back. Depending on what Dueling High has, that might not be a strong enough hand. I think you have to do the duo here. It's really risky to not. You could just set any spell or trap and just summon any monster if he has it. So I think you need to guarantee that. The other option is, not doing it and then it just becomes a dead card later. So yeah, I think we were just going to see a T set here and then leave a spy and a snatch steal. I mean, he might set both and try to bluff out the snatch steal on a dust tornado, but that doesn't seem great. Dueling High obviously doesn't need the dust tornado at the moment. He knows that that's a spy face down. The way he drew and put these guys in attack makes me think he has an answer for both of these cards. He does have a set rota for level 2, and we'll see if he has a Call of the Haunted or a Space or a Dust or something for this set back row. Looks like he has a Call of the Haunted. Solemn. Or that. That also works. So right now we have a Snatch Steal and a Gravekeeper Spy. We're going to deal a bunch of damage over here to MorpaDorp. We're down to 4,600 on MorpaDorp. We have 2 back row. And we have Spy, Snatch Steal, and X in the hand. And we will see what the X was, I'm sure, this turn. We might just get set. We might get Snatch Steal on the Spy, try to crash him. Just to clear the board a little bit. But with double back row against Warrior, this is going to be an uphill battle. Dueling High came out swinging, and not only card advantage wise, but also just the types of cards are gigantic. So we're going to see Snatch target one of the spies. We'll see if that connects successfully. He might clear, yeah, he could clear that too, but yeah, I didn't think that was going to happen. So 28 to 34, we're going to see main phase 2 set, maybe a set. We might get a spell or trap in the back. We'll see if he sets Spy. He might have drawn Serpent or Sangan. And, assuming that Dueling High doesn't draw an incredible monster here, which he doesn't have Chaos Live, right? No. He just sets a background passes. Okay, so the Spy might go to defense, and this level 2 might connect for 9 here. Then again, you might swing with both, put him to 13, put him on a 2-turn clock. We'll see. Without the monster being set, if this is a Solemn, a top deck monster here would be enough, but it is just the Swordsman connecting for 900. That is probably going to go through this turn, and we'll see if it does next turn. He just passes with the card in hand, which is interesting. It makes me think it's a monster here. Jar of Greed is going to be flipped. So we have Gravekeeper Spy and 2 unknowns. That Jar of Greed likely held him at bay. Made him think it was a Mirror Force, played it as such. Okay, we'll see what MorpaDorp can do. We have Gravekeeper Spy is one of the cards in hand. The other 2 are unknown. We have a couple of cards already out of the way. Heavy's gone on Dueling High's end. Snatch Steel's gone on MorpaDorp's. He does have another Spy. He had double Spy in his hand, as you can see here, from the Trap Dust Shoot on turn 1. Dueling High is missing Chaos. Tribe hits the table. So he's likely going to call Spellcaster here and attempt to just crash into the level 2. With that attack, it's not lethal on the swing back if this is a Sakuretsu or any other battle trap. But well, he could negate. So that implies this might be a Solemn Judgment. Then again, it could be a Torrential Tribute. We have seen Dueling High play some pretty good Torrential Tributes this game. He discards Magician of Faith to do that. Goes into battle and attacks. 700 is going to go into the life points down to 21 with a pass back. A Blade Knight would be an exceptional card here. We'll see what Dueling High has. 21 to 25. This is a close game. Snatch Steal hits the table. Let's see if it's a... Okay, so it's not going to be enough. We might just see a Tribe attack, put him to 9. Oh, I was thinking that there's a chance he just discards to kill the Tribe. That's a pretty not great play. You don't want to just lose 2 cards to not win. So we'll see if this tribe is enough for Dueling High. If the Snatch Steal is enough, it's going to be 1900 to 21 after this life gain. And MorpaDorp has another turn. Let's see, he has the light engrave and the dark. So now he has chaos. Dueling High does have double back row, so another solemn would be pretty brutal. Mirror Force would also be pretty good, but not that good against chaos, who's just going to clear until they draw some spells or trap destruction. This is a hard-fought match by both players. Once again, Dueling High at the moment is undefeated, so he's really trying to, capture that undefeated GFC win. Meanwhile, MorpaDorp is just trying to win. And here we have a T-set on Morp's end. Knock off the top. Hits the Spy of all cards. That's going to hit all the copies out of both players' decks, which one was in the graveyard for MorpaDorp. Okay, so yeah, Dueling High did bring those in. That'll put him to 300. This will be 1300 after the life gain on Snatch Steal. And we'll see what Morp drew. This could be it. All the marbles. Did we get a Chaos Monster? Did we get something, an MST, a Breaker? Breaker would be a pretty insane draw. I mean, once again, I feel like Dueling High has one Solemn Judgment face down. We'll see if they have two. Raigeki Break is going to hit the Snatch Steal. Solemn Judgment hits that, and just like that, Dueling High has won the GFC 23 with an undefeated record of 11-0. Congratulations to Dueling High 101 on an amazing run. Well played by MorpaDorp. Absolute well played by MorpaDorp. What a crazy game. All three games were like that, except the first one. Sorry, Dueling High had a bit of a blowout game one. He had Pot of Greed Grace. What are you going to do? But this game, he had... Actually, games 2 and 3 were so well played. Both players were literally bare-knuckle boxing the whole time. This was a very fun tournament to watch. We saw Water perform well. We saw Giant Rat in the top 8. We saw some Injection Fairy Lily. We saw a bunch of Warrior decks, a bunch of Chaos decks. It has been an amazing tournament. So yeah, I appreciate everybody watching. Once again, we're going to try to stream some more going forward. And, occasionally I might be here for that. So if you guys have any suggestions, any comments at all, be sure to comment them, on the Discord, on this, on the VODs, whatever. And congrats to both of those players. Congrats to the entire top 8. It was an incredibly well-played tournament with Dueling High securing the victory there in the third game. And, on the back of a couple Solemn Judgments. Congratulations, Dueling High, once again. That was an amazing tournament. Very proud of everybody. And, that's about it on my end. Hey, I appreciate everybody watching. Once again, if you have any comments, concerns, anything like that, just let us know on Discord. And until next time, guys, I guess I'm going to head off. I don't know. I need to make one of those end of stream screens so I could just put it up and then just forget about it, right? No, hey, I appreciate you guys watching, and I'm happy I was able to be here. Once again, I'm not JDZ. My name's Kenny. Let me see. I'll type in here. I typed, hi, chat. So that's me. If you want to look at my stuff, I'm Kenny Hughes in the Discord, and I'm happy to do this for you guys. And as much as I can going forward, I will. And until next time, you all have a blessed Sunday and a wonderful rest of your upcoming week. Until next time, Goat World, I guess I'm out. I don't know how to end this, so I'm just going to end.